Welcome, welcome, everybody. I didn't finish, but I decided to finish the, the food I had for today morning. So, welcome to the stream, everybody. Welcome, Mill, welcome, Fluffy, and welcome, Judith. And hi, Desert Titan, welcome as well. Ooh, Judith coming in with the 15 stream streak. Let's go. Mm, I definitely feel better. I'm not sure what happened last week. Yeah, it was like so sudden, and but like after like 2 days of just like chilling, it like went away again. So I don't know. Maybe I got sick from like some friends or something. No idea. Um, but yeah, that was really odd. Yeah, I guess like the flu is going around for sure. So probably that. But yeah, you did. All right. I'll try. I'll try to remember. I do have to say sometimes I like struggle so hard with having like singular words with a different pronunciation, if that makes sense, because I'm like in English mode and then like switching to German and back is sort of, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna try, but sometimes I'm probably gonna butcher it. So oh my god, you had your birthday this weekend, Fluffy. You're not in the Discord like birthday boys, are you? There was no message. No. Well, happy birthday to you still. How was your birthday? I hope it was really, really nice. You're number one with 40 stream streak. Let's go, Fluffy. And hi, guy with anxiety. How you doing? Oh, true. You did all good. That's actually kind of funny. And hi, Niprex. Welcome, welcome. So we wanted to do a thing today, which was have the queue visible on stream. Um, but we also decided to have less spotlights overall. So what I thought is if we only have like two spotlights for the entire stream, I don't feel like we need a queue because there's not really, like two doesn't feel enough to call it a queue, if that makes sense. So what I would do instead is like wait for the spotlight time essentially, and then be like, hey, we would have like the time for a spotlight now. Is there anybody who wants it? And then like see like the first person that comes up essentially. Um, but yeah, and then like have the discussion afterwards, and then go with that again. Yeah. Anything you're curious about? What do you mean, go with anxiety? Like in general, or like about you specifically? Spotlight, what do you mean? So the spotlight is like we always did this. It's essentially this time where I focus on one person and we go in depth about what they're struggling with right now. and so I usually like don't read much of like the other chat because I'm like uh going like back and forth in a conversation with this person. And if there's extra time, of course I read chat, but like usually there isn't. Um, and yeah, so that's the spotlight. I think you might have already like seen us do it. Had my fun, but it was exhausting. Coming home after 8 a.m. is always a hustle. I understand. I was on a Friday evening. I literally was like at a house party because I was like invited like so much like a month earlier, and I felt like, oh my god, I can't ditch her. Like I haven't seen her forever. So I literally went there with like, she was like, oh yeah, it's like bring your own booze for everybody, right? And I showed up there with like 2 layers of clothes and like a can of tea. And it's not even like regular like tasty tea. It was like literally like chamomile, chamomile. How do you like pronounce that in English? I don't know, but that tea, like the healthy tea. Um, yeah, that was chamomile. No, chamomile was the second one, right? Yeah, yeah. Don't worry, Desert Titan. And hi, One King Taylor. Ever wondered if putting a person with mental health issues onto the back rooms, most safe and cozy rooms, cures them of their mental health issues? Into the back rooms? I'm I'm unsure what you mean, Tyler. Or Taylor. What is like what are the most safe and cozy back rooms? I never heard of this before. So please do explain. So, but for the beginning of the stream here, we always do a mental health check-in. So, anybody wants to share if, how they have been doing since last week, how their mental health has been doing, and how their goals has been going. Like, especially, of course, if there's been like any mental health goals they set for themselves, maybe like more resting or something like this. How's it going? I only know of the cryptic gaming backrooms. Okay. I mean, safe and cozy gaming room. Sounds nice. I had a ED session with my therapist last Tuesday. Eating and tarot before going to sleep are still difficult, but the dissociation is less frequent. Did you hear about the Colleen Fernandez case? I want to vomit because of it in the erections of men. Um, no, I haven't. Well, okay, I might have. I potentially have, but I don't remember the name. I'm not good with names. But we can also just talk about the feeling here. Like, how do you feel when you read these, like, reactions? Like, one of them is disgust, but is it also maybe sort of like disconnection or unsafeness? But I'm glad, like, the dissociation is less frequent. Seems like that's already, like, lifting the quality of life right there. How do the EDMR sessions feel like? And hi, Leia Calais. And hi, Blade. Welcome, welcome. And your mental health is complicated, Desert Titan. I mean, you of course don't need to go in depth too far, but is there anything like since last week where you feel like, you know, these check-ins we do are essentially like a reminder as well to check in with yourself, check in with your body, check in with your mental health, see how it's going, and how also like our actions are influencing that, right? Because sometimes we can sort of forget that we're like super exhausted and would need to rest because we just like push through and push through and push through. And I feel like in that example, for example, that was a, yeah. These check-ins can essentially like remind you to do the healthy thing or to make like a plan on like how to progress from here on out. And for example, like even though you forgot for the rest of the week to rest and just push through, to now at least make the decision to plan in a few days to rest. Right. Hi Asa. How's your Twitch bugging? But welcome, welcome. Did you turn your stream into only English forever? You go back to English German streams? I don't like. I mean, I can't promise anything, of course, right? But I don't think I'm gonna like. I feel like I don't know. There might at some point be a German stream, just for the fun of it. But I don't like. I think the main English is always gonna be English, for sure. Um, and there's probably not going to be a lot of German because it doesn't really make sense to switch languages. Like it's usually really hard to um, like to make it known to the community like when they will like when the stream goes live and they will understand and when they don't, you know. So yeah, I think it's gonna be completely English, um, or at least like very very mainly. But I don't want to like promise everything, like anything. I hardly cry. Get teary eyes at most. The reactions I saw and Matt's statement about it made me ugly, angry, sob. Just feel so unsafe and pointless to fight the feminist fight. I feel you. I definitely like I also had um like a moment on the weekend where like I was on Instagram and I was like just like scrolling a bit, and then there were some like yeah, I guess like feminist move like news which were about like some SA topics, and I decided for the rest of the weekend to essentially like not be on Instagram anymore. And I also decided for my own, like for the sake of my own mental health, to actually put like SA and all terms like these into like the post shouldn't be recommended if they have these terms in them. And I know what that sounds like because it essentially sounds like, well, you're ignoring everything which is out there. But the thing is, which I noticed, is it doesn't help me fight. It actually it blocks me from fighting. Like hearing all of these negative news, reading through the comments, seeing the next bad case, it sucks out my energy and motivation to actually do something which could help. And because of that, I blocked all these topics and I chose to not engage with them anymore in that way. Because I feel like if we engage with these topics here, it does something for someone, you know. But if I engage with these topics on social media, it doesn't do anything. Even if that post gets like all the attention and all the views, it won't change anything, I think. And I feel like with this stream, we're building a space where we essentially fight disconnection and we fight mental health issues. And we also fight misinformation to a certain extent because we go into studies and we do pick up questions of whoever asks them. And what I do try is I do try to go to any protest days. Like if I see there's any like protest dates of like, for example, like here in the Netherlands, there's a movement called essentially like translated to like reclaiming the night, and it's protests in a form where like they essentially like do walk in the night, like all of the protesters. And then they have some people who talk and give information out and all of this. And I don't know, I think this is a thing which can help. And I also think that actually, in an odd way, it won't help to think every man is a monster, if that makes sense. Like, by reading the comments, by reading through all of these negative messages, there's a certain world image you put in your mind, right? But the thing is, this world image is wrong because the comments you get are actually like they're targeted at you. So, for example, what I noticed is that with most posts, actually also feminist posts, the comments I see are actually very positive and are from other women. I also know from friends that the comments they get, or the comments they see essentially, are they like really, really disgusting ones. And so it's not a good representation. It's not a good representation of like IRL life as well. And I don't know, so this is, I guess, how I made that choice, and how I hope that was a good choice. But I definitely get your feeling, Judith. It's it's so hard to engage with topics like these, and it's so hard to read about cases like these. And I think the only thing we can honestly do for ourselves in that moment, because I don't think like so this is the thing. I don't think just avoiding it is going to make us feel at peace, because we still know it happens and we also still hear about it from just like friends who talk about it and like news or radio or whatever, like places where, you know, you're just going to hear about it at some point. And hi, Joss Radio, by the way. Welcome. By the way, so many new people came in. Hi, Navandro. And Shaden. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the stream. And hi, Rico. Welcome, welcome. But I feel like this is essentially like the same with like any other negative news we have. Also about war and stuff like this. I personally, I just there's only a certain like a certain thing you can do, a certain amount you can do, I think. And I feel like if you engage with these news, it's not gonna help you actually go on and do something which is gonna change the world. But I do think there should be something, or it can really help to have something where we do feel like we can change something. So if we join, like, I mean, there's not only the protests you can join, there's also, like, essentially like information campaigns or something you can join, right? Or like the organizers of a protest, which sometimes can be a political party, or sometimes can just be like a group of people like trying to do something. And there's also sometimes like community centers where you can help sort of set up events, right? And just do something where you get the feeling it's changing something or it's helping. And this is going to be different for everybody, right? So I feel like maybe there's a thing you can find for yourself, Judith, where you feel like you can change something in that moment, and you feel like there is progress, if that makes sense. Welcome, Indiana John, by the way. Don't worry. Thank you, Mel. Tried most of the weekend processing what emotional neglect is really doing to me. Never felt so alone. I can imagine, Esther. So, how are you feeling now? Like, so now is the break of your therapy sessions, right? Or like, do you have like normal therapy now, or do you just like pause with therapy for these 2 weeks? What is the specific arrangement there? You're involved. We just run into brick walls. It feels like. Hmm. I mean, maybe there's a different way we need to tackle the topic. Um, you only have re-scripting on Friday. Okay, but that's good. So, but then you don't have like a normal therapy session. I see. But I'm glad you're gonna get some time off, Asta, and get some time to rest. Have you planned something special for yourself to rest? I'm slugging, is feeling like nothing I do is ever enough, stemming from broken family guilt I carry. Being a single father over long distance, career fell through. Feeling like I had the chance and the life I could have had, and now that it's gone, I'm just existing to fulfill my responsibility of laying my parents to rest when they pass and my purpose is no longer there. So I'm just existing till that point. Mm. What is the Desert Titan? What does it mean when you say carrier fell through? But I get where you're coming from. Sometimes making the peace or like, yeah, making the peace with, or being able to let go of a life you still sort of wish you would have had is really hard. But usually, once we're able to let go of that past life and process through this feeling of grief over something we never got the chance to actually have, it's actually going to enable us to build something in the future where we feel also happy with. Um, there's a certain example here I can make. I always thought that um, like settling for the second best or something like this would be bad. Um, like I always got that like taught by my mom that like either like get the thing you actually want or don't get a thing at all. Um, and this was already like as a kid like this. So when I was a kid and I wanted to buy like a keychain for myself, the keychain I really wanted because it was like from a holiday vacation we stayed at with like horses and stuff. It was like a keychain of a specific horse I wanted. And once I got there, I didn't get that keychain because it was already sold out. And I was sad in that moment, but then I sort of settled for a different keychain. So I bought a keychain of not the horse where I felt like is the prettiest and the coolest and everything, but I got a keychain of the horse I was actually riding. And I was happy with that. Like I was sad for a moment and sort of disappointed because I actually low-key expected the person who was selling the keychains to like save me one of the horse I wanted. But I was like just like a regular kid, and I don't know if you've ever seen how fast a kid can move from disappointment to being happy again, but that's pretty fast. So I was disappointed for like a second, but then I was just like, oh, but like there's this keychain, and like this is also nice. This of the horse I actually was riding. And instantly I was like super happy with my decision again, and I was excited, and I was so happy about that keychain. So I went back and I was like full of excitement. I went to my mom and showed her the keychain, and she was scolding me so bad for buying that keychain. And for a bigger part of my life, I thought that she actually was right in that moment because yeah, I wasted the money because I didn't buy the thing I actually wanted, but I bought something else. Um, but then when I was in therapy and when we sort of worked through a lot of these like old things and also this situation, um, I actually learned that it wasn't negative that I did this. It was actually a very positive skill. Because sometimes in life shit happens and you can't get the thing you want. But if you then just like essentially like punish yourself even though you weren't able to like do anything, right? Like it wasn't my fault that I didn't get it. And also like like I couldn't have waited to get the thing I wanted or looked somewhere else. Like there was no other possibility. So I don't know, it's not a negative skill to be able to grieve and let go something you really wanted and settle for something new and find something new you're excited for. And I don't know, I feel like sometimes we portray it like it's something negative. But if you look at that specific situation, there was nothing I could have done. And within seconds, I let go of the unhappiness, I let go of the disappointment, and actually was able to be happy again. And I was just as excited. for this keychain. So in terms of happiness, or like how fulfilled you feel in your life, I didn't have a worse life in that moment. I didn't feel worse. I wasn't weighted down by the disappointment and like, oh, but I didn't get this and this is only the second best. In that moment, it didn't feel like the second best anymore. I just set my goal to something new and approached that, and I was just as happy. And I feel like this ability is something we sort of get driven away from in adulthood a little bit. But I think if you're striving for like a happy, fulfilled life, it seems like a really good quality actually. It seems like it works well. It seems like it's actually a quality of resilience. Seems like a good plan, by the way, Esther, with the pies and cakes. I'm glad you're doing something for yourself you're gonna enjoy. Mm. And hi, Uncle Brian. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. I am feeling better. Oh, you had ads? Yikes. Now the question is, did Desert Titans ads like start and are now finished, or did they just start? Okay, I think they probably just started. Sometimes I want to kick in the brakes so hard, but I'm scared I will never continue therapy again. Is this something you talked about with your therapist, Esther? Like as literal as you told me just now? And welcome back, Judith. Um, oh yeah, true. I did ask something about ADMR. I asked like how it was, like just how, like if you're exhausted, how you doing, you know? Hi, Ellie. It really is a long time though, so how are you doing? How have you been doing? She understands it, but wants me to take time to make sure I'm feeling safe enough to continue. So what I'm getting in that moment is that she's actually like it seems like it's sort of a thing where there's like 1 week or 2 week break you're now on. She means you should like extend it to as long as you want and like only continue if you feel safe enough to continue. Is that true? Or is that like a translation thing where I'm going right now? Welcome back, Desert Titan. I didn't get that. If you're exhausted? Yeah, like how the therapy was you did, like how do you feel after it? You know, just so there's a type. Do you think there's anything in, I don't know, how you can apply this like small kid story to your life? Like, do you think there's anything in the future you can like, which is still in your grasp and like still available, and you can look forward to and work on achieving? Yes, but I feel if I put it off for longer, I will not continue at all. Hmm. Like, I mean, I think this is something why your therapist needs to weigh in a lot, right? Like, there's definitely a topic where, like, her professional opinion is very much needed. Um, but I'm just putting out this, like, sort of mind experiment here. Maybe it's gonna be, the treatment is gonna be more efficient, and actually, maybe it's, extreme case, maybe it only even works if you feel safe. Maybe it only works if you feel safe continuing it. Maybe pushing yourself through it and disregarding how safe or not safe you feel is actually not positive, but it's actually feeding into the same narrative like back in the day. Hmm. I mean, this is the thing you're trying to build in therapy, right, Esther? Like, if you were to ever feel safe, it's probably gonna be like ignore after therapy at some point. So just because it didn't happen in the last 30 years doesn't mean it's not gonna happen now, no? Maybe the first step to feeling safe is that you make yourself the space to feel safe. If you push yourself towards healing with the same toxicity your parents pushed you back then, I'm not like, you know what I mean? The only hope I have left is to have a home that, if my daughter chooses to, she can live with me when she gets to decide. If not, I'm just pouring money into her college fund so she can get out of the small town she's in and become more than I ever could. I think it's, of course, always good to also, and also natural as a parent, to make goals around your children. But I think it's also important to build something for yourself, because your life is not over just because you're a parent. And I think because you are a parent, you definitely should hold space for a child. But maybe it's actually really important to to find something new yourself. Because I feel like if you find something or some sort of life where you feel fulfilled, you have more energy, you know? And probably like more energy also for a child. And hi for welcome, welcome. How you doing? I know, but it also scares me because I was always labeled as a failure. But it was always a lie, Asta. You were labeled as a failure because it was a well-working manipulation strategy. It was never true. It was always used to apply pressure on you in a certain direction. And I think you yourself know. You know you're not a failure. You've gotten through so much. You've gotten through so many things others wouldn't. It's really effective because if I want to open up to someone, I start to doubt myself. And that's fine. It's okay to doubt. It's completely okay. I mean, you essentially been mind washed or how brainwashed for the first part of your life. It would be crazy if you wouldn't doubt yourself. Doesn't mean it's wrong. Doesn't mean it's not good progress. Doesn't mean it's not a good direction. Usually, always, when we do something new, when we go away we haven't known yet, we will have doubts. Because we don't know, right? We don't know how it's going to go. We don't know where it's leading. Of course, we will have doubts. It's essentially, it's the same thing like with this stream. I have a lot of doubts around this stream, for sure. I don't think it's wrong. I don't think this makes the stream wrong. I think these doubts actually enable me to have a better stream than other people. Because I think I would notice if something were to go wrong. I think I would notice if I were to go in the wrong direction and would be able to adjust course. It's scary to like trust new teachings from therapy, but it's sometimes worth investing. Within 2 weeks, I lost my family dog of 16 years, and my best friend's dog got put down, and my other best friend's dog got emergency surgery. I'm so sad and tired, and I need to clean and shower and do something, but I'm so exhausted. My pan has been in the sink for 2 weeks, and I'm feeling the depression creeping in. I'm sorry, love. Is there somebody you can ask for support? Like a friend who's coming over and helps you clean? Like, what is the, I don't know, like the smallest step you can do for yourself, Ellie, I think. But I'm so sorry you're struggling like this right now. There's a lot. And I do hope you have people to talk about this to and open up about it. Hmm. This is great news, Judith. I actually, like, I'm glad you have such an experience. You've been trying the recipes, and sometimes I laugh because of the epic fails I make. It's in German, and I've been translating line by line. I can only, in that regard, I do have to recommend AI. I think AI translations are actually pretty good. Sometimes also like DeepL or something. But maybe that's gonna help Mill. Mm. I mean, that's a trait I completely get if you're not ready for another relationship because you feel like, you're just still getting over the last one, or you're not ready to commit to something like this again to then potentially see it fall apart. But maybe there's something else you can look forward to. Because it doesn't need to be a relationship, right? Like, it can be like a hobby or something, or like a career goal, or something like this, or a personal goal of how you as a person change. Do you think there's something like this in the cards? Oh, Esther. I think that's so cute though, because I like you say like you just want to be normal, you just want to react as any other. But I think blanking if there's like a nice lady talking to you in the store is actually something super normal. I think this happens to way more people than you think. And I don't know, so often you just don't know the right words. And I'm sort of like in this like shock state of like what the fuck is even happening. And it's not bad. It's not something which is like where you're like behind the others or something. It's something you can of course like train and learn, but it's not something which is like unnormal, you know? Thank you, Indiana John. So Ellie, did you hear my response by the way? Are there any friends you can lean on right now? There are her messages, let's go. The work I've been doing on myself is learning to be more comfortable in my own space, not seeking validation from the reactions of those in my company or taking on their problems. I have an instinct to teach and help that's just an escape from growing and working on myself. Hmm. I think sometimes teaching and helping can also be like a very fulfilling thing. But if you notice it's sort of like an escape to like don't have to focus on your problems but focus on other people's problems, then it can also definitely be a coping mechanism for sure. But I'm glad you're having some goals for yourself there. Do you also have some positive goals though? Like something you look forward to, which is like less work but more mm, not just pleasure. You know, like sometimes in life we have these like goals which are like, oh, like a family with kids, and it's not necessarily like just pleasure, like it's still work but it's like a positive goal, if you know what I mean. Or like, I don't know, that we want to try a new hobby, and like even though it's gonna like be work and maybe like exposure therapy because we, I don't know, like need to like join the club and everything, you know, and get to know all these new people. um it's still like a thing we're excited for. So is there something you're excited for, Desert Titan? Or you could start or start as a goal to be excited for. I miss the confidence. Hmm. When you say I miss the confidence, were you ever confident? The only thing I can feel good about is that the dog that got the surgery would have probably died of septic shock if I didn't have my education. She didn't show any signs other than only eating half of her meal, still eating it if they told her to, having a light fever just a couple of days. Scary how little they show if you don't know what to look for. Oh my god, yeah. Like, I'm really glad you were around there. And hi, Red Rum, welcome, welcome. How you doing? Hmm. Hmm. I get it. Why that can be scary to others. Because it can look like quiet resentment, Desert Titan. Maybe there's like a way you can like communicate about it a bit and be like, you know, like, oh, I like, give me a second, I need to think on this. Or just like sort of communicate to the other person that like you need time to process it, and you're gonna, I don't know, like go for a walk or something. Many friends I could ask is also affected with this. But I do have a meeting every week that it's supposed to help me with organizing since I have autism. But I, of course, cancelled it today because I felt like I might get nonverbal and the person working might not know how to handle that. Hmm. I mean, the people working there are usually trained for stuff like this, right? Like, I don't think you're the only nonverbal person they have encountered, probably. And even so, then it's a good learning opportunity because this is their job. So I feel like Ali, have trust in them if you can. I think it's worth a shot. I don't think the chances are too bad that they know how to help you in these moments. And even if your other friend is also affected by this, it's, you could still find company in grieving, you know? And that could be also really, really positive for both of you. I can't say good, but I won't say bad because it could be worse. Hmm. Okay, I see you, Red Rum. Holding on. Fed confidence, maybe as baby, but I cannot remember. Because that's the thing, Esther. If you never had confidence yourself, then your image of confidence might be glorified. Because I feel like confidence, like I have so many times I come off as confident, but I still have doubts. Like I'm like, oh my god, like what do I say now and stuff. So I think the confident part is coming from trusting that in the end it's gonna work out somehow, you know? Um, and on the other hand, just starting somewhere. Like I just start somewhere and then sort of make my way to I don't know, so often actually when I'm like trying to figure stuff out and I'm in a situation where like, oh, shock, you know. I just start somewhere. I just start like thinking or talking about it from some point and then work my way through to get actually to the point which is important. I think in that regard, the like perfection is really the enemy of confidence, if that makes sense. Because there's going to be so many situations where you won't be perfect. But if you strive for perfection, you're just not going to say anything. You're not going to start. You're not going to put yourself out there. Since last week we talked, I had to quit my job at the doctor due to my shoulder, and well, simply driving hurts sometimes, so does breathing. Oh, fuck. Hmm. So, how long is it gonna take? Like, what's the treatment plan for the shoulder? Like, how long is it gonna take? Like, are you even like allowed to do stuff? Like, this sounds pretty intense. You did give her your number, so see what happens. I think actually that's already perfect. You know, like this is like you didn't say that at the beginning, but you managed to give her your number, and that's amazing. I think you should be proud of yourself for that. You put yourself out there, you know? You could have been like scared of it and like not giving her your number because like, oh no, like she's not gonna like me anyway or like blah blah blah, you know? But you didn't. You put yourself out there. You were open for the possibility, and I think that's something beautiful. And I think that's something brave. Even if maybe in the end she's not gonna answer or like not gonna text or whatever, who cares? I found a video that your body changes your state. So if you open up your body, expose your chest, and take up space, it's hard not to feel a bit confident. And when you slant your body in an asymmetrical way, you get into a playful state. People see you differently, etc. So starting off with how you carry your body could help change your state and how you perceive the world. That's actually true. Yeah. It's like there's our body and our mind sort of like counter, like one influences the other and the other influences the one, you know. So what we do with our body can absolutely influence our mind and how we feel. And so definitely, like, maybe that's a thing you can try, Esther. Mm. Oh my God, Ellie. Being there in this moment like this is a heavy burden. I hope you realize what you're carrying right now and what you're going through right now. And like, I hope you're not mad on your body and on yourself for how you're doing right now. I think you have encountered like a big, big, heavy swing coming at you. And of course, you're struggling. 3 to 6 months recovery time for your shoulder. Oof. Oh. Perfectionism is why I can't art very well. Perfectionism is tough, guys. Yeah. And perfectionism is like so normalized because we just pretend we're so perfect because we just show how we're perfect, not how we are mediocre. Like, look on Instagram. All of the people are perfect. Even IRL. Who tells their friends, like, oh my god, last weekend I was feeling so down. I had like this much of like dirty laundry because and was wearing the same panties for like an entire week because I couldn't get myself to do the laundry or something. Like, think about it. When have you heard like a really mediocre thing from your friends? When have you told your friends a really mediocre thing about yourself? It's a thing we naturally do. We just keep the bad stuff for ourselves and share the good stuff. Hmm. Take good care of your shoulder, Red Rum. We don't want to mess up that recovery. Ooh, I see those are Titan. That's so interesting. Hi, Matthias. And I show me. It is very sweet. Welcome, welcome. Ain't no god perfect in this world. From Red Rum. Hmm. I've been 6 days out of work and I'm already sick of not having something to do all day. Ooh. I see. Hi Lahita, welcome, welcome. How you doing? I noticed you followed after I hosted Jenny last week. How are you doing? How's your mental health doing since the past week or so? You okay? How about me? I'm okay too, currently. My period is starting. And like not yet, but I already get cramps here and there. And today morning I was like, it's a beautiful morning. Yeah, that's how I started in the day. Really, you know, peak. But it's fine. I already put myself in cozy clothes. I'm ready for whatever my body is throwing at me. Let's show off more mediocre moments. Yeah, for sure. I'm so down to do that. This is like so on the Discord, we have like one from one subreddit. We're posting the post there, and it's called "Congrats Like I'm 5," and I love it. I love to see it. It's literally "Congrats like I'm 5," like I showered today. Congrats like I'm 5, and stuff like this. And I think it's beautiful because it shows off how sometimes even the most smallest things and mediocre things can be hard to a person, and it's still nice to be congratulated that we were able to do it. And we also actually at some point we did this in our Discord as well, where I just did like a check-in of like everybody send like a picture or something, or like say what they're doing like right now, you know, like be real, like you know this app from back in the day. Yeah. And hi Faker Ming, welcome, welcome. Wow, there's a Triton. Thank you, Redrum. I hope your recovery is going well, and maybe you can find a hobby which doesn't, you know, require like a good shoulder. Do we have that on Discord? Share mediocre things. Well, again, like we have the in good news, and well, I think it's good news. In good news, we have the like from the subreddit, congrats like I'm 5 stuff is being shared. So one of the like most recent congrats like I'm 5 posts shared there was started working on my Discord server for real. Today marks 1 year of living abroad on my own. I haven't fallen in 24 hours. Bought a brand new car and started my own business all within a week. Damn. Stood up for myself. I ate at a buffet restaurant alone for the first time in my life. I don't know, it's cute things. Yeah. And then sometimes well, technically the daily life channel would be good for that. Because the daily life channel is just like, like you're all invited to like always like ping people, just share like, hey, this is what I'm doing right now. Like, what are you doing right now? Like, share your mediocre IRL life, you know? Like, I would be down for that. But I'm not gonna do it alone. Like, you all need to like do it too. You're gonna go make some tea? That's a good idea, Griff Holmes. I should do that too, actually. Oh my god, I didn't see that. Oh my god. The dog is so fed up. Fed up. Like, the dog has this, like, cone thing on. And it's just, like, being pet and, like, yeah, I enjoy it. But then, like, the pet's end is like, this fucking sucks, bro. Yeah. Yeah, the same biggie shirt since Thursday, but today it's going. But I only sweat through my right armpit. My mom has the same thing. You don't sweat through your left arm. What? What? Are we seriously talking about this? Well, so to be forthcoming from my side here, I actually sweat through both armpits. I'm a both armpit sweater right here. Oh, I never heard of people only sweating through their right armpit. That's insane. I love that. That's so funny. Oh. Do you sweat double the amount, though? Because your right armpit has to handle everything, or do you just like sweat less? Like she supports it, right? Takes a job of both. Oh no. So in summer you just have like a no. Oh, that's annoying. Hmm. Oh, that sounds like a really nice song. Definitely share it in the music channel for sure. And thank you for the follow. You met Spider-Man? You did what? No? But like, how do you mean like like? I'm saying actual Spider-Man, like there's an actual Spider-Man. Just feeling horrendous on one side of the body. Oh. Sometimes, like there was one time, where Zach's sweat, like my husband's sweat, it was exactly one time when my husband's sweat smelled like cinnamon apple stuff, like cinnamon apple pie or something. Literally, I'm not kidding. It was exactly cinnamon apple pie, but it was only once. Yeah, it's tragic. I still missed the day. Like, imagine you would smell every day like cinnamon apple pie. Like, I don't believe I'm in the Discord. Don't worry. Here's the link. Always keep my crushes on the left. Easy. Nice, nice. Okay, I'm gonna make myself a tea now. And then should we after this go into a spotlight situation? Do you feel like that? And the thing then is like who would like the spotlight? Um, so the plan essentially for today would be we have a spotlight. After the spotlight, we have like a general discussion time where like I'm gonna answer any questions from everybody for the spotlight and any questions which you guys maybe separately from that have. Then like this is gonna like the spotlight is around about an hour, the after thing is around about an hour. Then we have another spotlight for around about an hour. And then we have another discussion time and then the stream ends at like 4 to 5. Um, so the uh, yeah, the spotlight is essentially we get deep into problem of somebody, low key like a coaching session, if you will. And I usually like only read the messages of that person to like stay in the conversation with that person. If I have like extra time because that person needs a little bit longer to type or something, I of course also like read messages of other people. But they're sort of like, you know, like I focus on one person and then afterwards I'm gonna read everything again. So uh just just FYI. Apparently I was back in December. Yeah, don't worry about it. We sometimes kick people off of the Discord because I have like a bot which is essentially tracking if you within 3 months have texted anywhere on the Discord ever, sort of. And if you didn't, then you get kicked because it's like it's meant to keep the Discord sort of like more like intimate, like you feel like you know the people there and you not feel like you're putting yourself out there and like everybody else is just reading, you know. Yeah. And also like if people get like super inactive for the community, they just get their space freed up automatically. Sure, that must be hormonal. Like, what? How some boyfriends smell like piece of apple pie? Yeah, I don't know. I seriously don't understand. It was crazy. And welcome, GT. Oh, so inactive members are not allowed. Well, of course they're allowed, but it's just a thing where like, if I feel like there's, it like holds people back from like sharing. It's like I just do this because I like I don't know, like people always complain about like having like too many Discord channels or Discord servers. So I just feel like, you know, when I like kick people out if they don't use it, it's probably good for them. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, I haven't had like any sort of like you can always join again. Like you're not blocked or anything, right? Like you can always join again if you feel like joining. And we also like this is like once every 3 months maximum. So I think it's 90 days or something. Okay, wait. Uh mm, oh yeah, sorry, it's 90 days. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's essentially 3 months. Yeah, it's 90 days. Trains in Cologne on my way to work. I had to walk through a small tunnel to get to the other platform. There was just me when Spider-Man rushed past me in the other direction. No bag, no phone, no stuff on him, just a body-tight costume. Well, that's Cologne, I thought. Doesn't take it to be carnival to be a weird funny. Oh my god, that's amazing. Okay. I'm gonna go make tea. I found old tea. I could just warm up. We're lucky. It's tea from yesterday evening. Damn, Indiana John. It's crazy how many animals nowadays get like cancer, I feel like. The cat of my mom also got cancer. She was like, apparently, like, they thought she would die like 2 years ago, because like she didn't eat and everything. Um, but then for whatever reason, and nobody knows why, she just started eating again and still lives, even though apparently she's full of cancer. But she just lives. And there was not a new X-ray, so we don't know if the cancer actually went away or not. But yeah. What do people do with hot used tea bags? So from what I know, you put them in the sink. I don't know if that's like normal or anything, but like from what I like seen around me, I guess like people just put them in the sink and then they like dry and then you throw them away. Oh, I can imagine Indiana John. That's a beautiful message, Desert Titan. I agree. I'm proud of you all for being here. I mean, like being here on like the planet. Of course, also for being here in stream. I mean, but you know. Anyways, I tried. Crazy Indiana John. Do you think it had anything to do with the dog food? Or was it maybe more like they were like more expensive breeds or something? The cat looked at cancer for 2 years and said no. No, for real, like she still lives. Like she lives like there's nothing like nothing changed. But like literally like people were already crying and were like, oh, we have to put her down at like at the end of this week if she doesn't eat because like this is not a life for her, you know? Um but then she just started eating. And like literally nobody in my family knows because at that time they had to um they had to uh, go on vacation and visit me because they already booked their train tickets and all of this like happened very suddenly, so they already had booked everything. And my sisters came here like sort of thinking like, oh, like my mom is going to handle it and it's going to get better. And then my mom came here and was like, if she doesn't eat at the end of this week, like we're gonna like put her down. And then my stepdad was also away because of work or something. So they actually gave her to the neighbors for like a week or something, and then she just ate again. So don't ask me. But they used magic for the good. Is red a color? Yeah. Why would it not be a color? What's the joke if it's not a color? What do you think? Will she make it? I mean, I like right now apparently she's completely fine. Um and she's not like that young. But I think she's gonna make it to like a normal age. Yeah. They were both still mixes, but I guess growing up our dogs were free farm dogs and these were pet shop dogs. They were not pure breed by any stretch. I see. Oh, color frequencies on the light spectrum. Well, thankfully there's not a physics stream. It's not like I hate physics or anything. I actually loved physics in school. But I'm just no, by no way any sort of like informed person about that topic at this point anymore. But I thought huskies are exactly like that. Aren't like huskies like Loki described as like the cat dogs? All right. So there's two things I wanna offer right now for like what we can do. Okay, maybe there's three things. So we can start with the spotlights, and like whoever wants the spotlights tells me. Um, and then we start with the spotlight. We can continue with the general discussion. Or I can tell you about what I have been learning since last week. Reabsorb the teeth? Depends on what you feed them too, but not in the same way as dogs. Small dogs lose teeth because the jaw gets overcrowded and can't get the roots down in the jaw. While cats can basically be well bred and still have 80% chance of having teeth problems. Oh my god. That's insane. What would I prefer? Mm, like I think I'm definitely like open for everything. Like I think everything can be fun. Um I don't know. I don't have like a big preference. Like I don't think like just because we decide like one way now doesn't mean that we side for the rest of the stream this way, right? It's more like we can always like reconsider like in half an hour or something. If I attend your funeral, you won't be able to attend mine. But on the contraire, if you don't attend my funeral, I won't be able to attend yours, and you're just a dick because you didn't attend my funeral. So, I'm gonna get the book for a second. Nightbot. Bang. Gone. Um, um, that one unused potato said in all in caps, I am a dick. And then brackets, a medium sized one. I love that. A medium sized one. Hmm. Um, in Dutch, I need a word. I need a word I know in Dutch, which has this, and then I can probably tell you like how it's pronounced. But right now I'm blanking on a word. Oh. The like saying dick is not allowed for Nightbot. I'm sorry, guys. You forgot. You just know one word, comcomer. Oh, what do you need? Oh no. But yeah, like so there's like I don't know, like there's a W and there's like a V in Dutch. Like there's both letters. If that's the question. I've seen that word before. And yeah, like verzekering is just like this how you pronounce the V, I guess. But I don't know if you always pronounce it like this. And then W is like wat zag je? So what? So just like W, I guess. So BMW, you say BMW or BMW. I mean, the reason why you in English, even in English, don't say BMW all the time is because it's a German brand, right? And in German, it's BMW. And the way English people pronounce that is BMW. And this is why, like, if you say BMW, you essentially say the German word, but you made it like sort of Denglish type situation. Or you say BMW, and then it's like translated, I guess. Find yourself. All right, see you, Indiana John. Enjoy your hip hop class. Now I'm more confused. Sorry. Most English speakers say BMW. They don't even know about the V pronunciation. Yeah, I mean, it also makes sense, right? Um, but yeah. So, what was the actual question? um, but yeah, it's V. It's like it's like a German. It's pronounced as in German, so it's called like was sag je? It's like W at the beginning. So at least I think so. Maybe it's irregular. Don't ask me. I don't know. I'm bad at Dutch. Why would you ask me? Beginner mistake. Never ask me about language stuff, guys. I'm so bad with languages in general. Like at this point, like I'm so bad at languages. At this point that I started to learn a bit Dutch and I'm like know a lot of English. When I try to speak German, I literally have to use English and Dutch words because I don't know the German words anymore. Yeah. I'm literally like forgetting my mother language. Yeah. I just mix all of the languages together and then I'm like, this is my communication protocol. This is what language is to me. It's like a communication protocol. Like this whole thing of like, oh, there's different languages and stuff like this. Nah, it's a communication protocol. All of this is the same. You're just hoping for the best. Well, I do sort of try at least to do the languages that people actually speak. And like the person I speak to actually speak. Okay, so what I've been learning in the past week, two different things. So I've first of all been reading this book. It's called Erasing History. I got it for my birthday. I'm sort of at the beginning, and it's a really nice book. I really love it. Especially because it's like sort of on how like fascism works, and especially the part about how to how to start these vast misinformation campaigns and how history is actually being influenced by our leaders at all times. And the last chapter I read was Colonizing the Mind. And it's not an easy topic, don't get me wrong. Like, this is not a thing you read and then you feel like, so fun. So fun. No. This is a thing you read and you read about like genocides and all stuff like this. Like, essentially like how it worked in the past. And then it's like, this is a very new book. So actually there's also, they, for example, also mentioned the like October 2023 with like the Hamas terrorists and Gaza and Israel. But what this last chapter was on is Colonizing the Mind, where essentially he makes this thesis that colonization and fascism is actually not so far apart from each other. And how colonization back then especially worked and what you sort of needed to colonize well is to somehow make it excusable, right? Because usually when you show up at some people's city and you're just like, okay, this is gonna be my land now, fuck you all, they're not gonna like that, right? Like, they're gonna be mad. So the way how you need to portray to your own citizens and to those people, so that you don't have like a war for like forever going on, but you actually like sort of do find or establish a common sense of peace in like, you know, like, so they don't kill you and your own people don't kill you. Because everybody sort of like believes you that this was completely reasonable and completely fine. Is that, of course, like from the people you colonize, you need to, like the young people, you need to get into your schools where they learn your history. And a big part about colonizing the mind is that you need to foster a certain disconnection to this group of people you colonized. And you need to absolutely just just brush everything under the carpet you possibly can. And why I love this chapter so much is because I noticed while reading it that, god damn, this is actually also still in my mind to a certain extent. Because while I, of course, was like, yeah, colonizing bad and all this, when I thought about back then them colonizing America or Africa or anything like this, I did sort of think about it's like not like somebody now comes to the Netherlands and is like, I'm gonna colonize you all. I'm just gonna delete the cities and the people. But I did think about it, like, oh yeah, there's like so much land, and like there were also people, but also it's like pretty like empty land, you know, like there's so much free space where like you don't take it away from somebody necessarily because there's just so much space left, you know. Um and honestly, I felt so stupid for that when I read the book because I this is literally one of the things they try to make you believe because of course it would seem way unreasonable even to your own citizens to be like, hey, let's literally take this land away from people. But you way easier get your society on board with you and on board with whatever you want to do in that country and get the funding for whatever you want to do in that country. It's way easier to get all of that when you rewrite the story in a way where, oh, that country is like it's empty, like there's so much space, we don't have to take it away from anybody whatsoever, blah blah blah. And then of course like, oh yeah, they just attacked us, or they just don't like us, or they're like savages. You know, you always need to make this like this connection then as well to the people, and also that they don't really have history. And what I noticed there as well is you learn so much history about the different countries we have and the history of our countries, about the kings in Germany and who was the last president and all of this in America and all of these things. Um, and even like about the like history you learn. It's like you learn about all of these like kings and all that, but you don't learn much of colonization and you don't learn of the history of the colonized, right? Like the people who were colonized, what history do we know of them actually? Like we know a lot of battles where like our people have won and they have overcome this big evil, and there's this great history to our people where they overcome something really bad. And then if you look at what you know about colonized people, it's like they essentially don't have a history. They are just they just spawned there. They never overcome anything. They never invented anything. They never they never had like a huge battle or something, or have overcome this like big evil. Um they have like their land as well was just always there like this, like they never had to fight for it, they never had to protect it, they never had to put any measures in to save the land or help the land in any sort of way, like nothing like that. And with essentially just deleting their history, you sort of delete their claim on the land as well. Um, and not only that, you don't only want to delete their history, but you also want to portray them as lazy and savages. It's like, and I think we can all sort of like see this when we think about this claim colonizers make about like, oh yeah, like we brought them like technology and like we like civilization, like they were uncivilized and we brought civilization to them. Where what he points out in this chapter, which is really like a really good point actually, is that to colonizers, they evaluated the worth of the people depending on their like their ability to do manual labor. So all of these people, and we also sometimes we do think that about, or we see people think that about countries like Africa, where there's sort of this feeling of like superiority because we have so much more tech and we have like better systems and we like build more and invent more and stuff like this. And we sometimes have this that we look down on the person doing just enough and then just chilling for the rest of the day. Talking about this book, Erasing History. And I don't know if you ever read this. So there's this short story I read with school back then, and it tried to make a point on exactly this. And there was this this European businessman going on vacation or something, in thinking Greece or something. And he came past the harbor and saw a fisherman at like sort of midday, just laying in his boats and enjoying the sun, just laying in the sun, just enjoying it. And he was going up to the fisher and was like, "Hey, like, are you like, do you not want to go out? It seems like it's perfect weather to go out, or have you already come back?" Or like, "What, huh?" Like, you know. And the fisher was like, "No, I already come back. Like, I got enough for the day, I'm done." And this traveler couldn't understand this. And sort of then started arguing with the fisher and was like, "Yeah, but I mean, if you like go again today, like if it's that good to fish today, like why don't you go out longer? Like you could build up a business, you could, like get enough money for like tomorrow so you can have tomorrow free and the day after, or like get a bigger boat and like I don't know, or like help your family, or like buy a house or stuff like this. At some point you could get like one of those like big fisherman boats here and a crew, and like then at some point even you could have like multiple different boats and like all of these people, and you could generate this big business and income and whatever." And then at some point the fisher was like, "Okay, like, but for what?" And then he was like, "Yeah, but like, then you have like, you can retire by 40 and you can just have free and like enjoy life and stuff." And then the fisher just looked at him and just said like, "I enjoy life right now. I don't have to do all that. I enjoy life right now. I fished enough and now the rest for the day I have free and I lay in the sun and I enjoy my life. I don't have to be successful to find happiness because I can have happiness right now." And I think this is something where he wrote about colonizers, that they came to this country, looked at those people and evaluated their worth based on their ability for manual labor. They looked at those people doing what they need to and then enjoying their life and actually finding happiness, and called them lazy or corrupted or savages. Exactly. Exactly, this is what they used. And the really evil part is, June, July, is that this is also what they taught in these schools. Like the first thing they sort of built there are schools for all of the young people of the people they colonized. And they don't teach them the history of their kind. They teach them the history of the colonizers. What, for example, England has achieved, and what great country is it, which always gets bigger and achieves more and has new inventions and more, better, bigger, and everything. And then are like, "Hey, see, if you want to be successful, and you want to be successful, because I just low-key brainwashed you into thinking this is the goal of life instead of actually finding happiness, then you need to follow us and not your people, because look at your people. They're lazy. Look at your people, they're not successful. They're just following the pleasures of life. They're weak-minded or something like this, you know. And then you actually colonize their mind in that way. You take away their culture and give them your own culture. That as well, of course. They teach them to hate or turn on their own culture. Exactly. They teach them to this need of trying to distance themselves from their own culture because it's bad, because it's not successful, because it's lazy, because it's corrupt, because it's savage. It's not civilized. And it's really sad because every culture holds wisdom, right? And honestly, I feel like if your goal today is find happiness, I think you find more wisdom in cultures like these than in our European culture, in our capitalism culture. But that was just the way of the world back then. The thing is, it's not only back then. It's like, I definitely agree we have systematic discrimination, but the systematic discrimination, and this is also what this, like how this book, I really like it, because it essentially points out how close to each other actually this like colonizer's agenda to the fascist agenda is. Because for the fascist agenda, you have certain goals, and you also need to, well, or you achieve these goals easier if you use these exact teachings from the colonizers as well. You try to erase history, you try to teach them something new, you try to give them a reason to distance themselves from these others. You have a very specific group of bad people, and you put the pressure on everybody to adhere to your group. And hi Dragoon, hi Sparrow, welcome, welcome. Do that, Ali. I'm glad, or at least hope we could help you have a bit of this motivation to go and shower. Yeah. It's so interesting as well, because while reading this, I sort of thought about, or like I talked about it with my husband, and my husband was a bit like, oh yeah, but with the technology, you know, I guess like this is also something why they thought they're superior, because they have this higher technology and stuff like this. And I actually like, I don't know, I feel like what actually sets us off, it's not even the technology, because the technology, I feel like it doesn't need to be better, you know what I mean? Like having having the new iPhone, which is a bit faster and everything, like, is that actually value? Or do we just make it out to be value? You know what I mean? And he was like, yeah, but I mean, the way they like were able to suppress them was with this like better technology, no? And because he thought of this like very like old school thing of like they had guns and the others like didn't. They were using like bow and arrows. Where I thought like I don't think so actually. I think the way we essentially won those battles is by being more ruthless, being way easier ready to use violence. Because I feel like it really depends on the very specific circumstances of a battle. If bow and arrows are actually worse than guns, especially if you don't like if one party knows the mountains and everything they're fighting on, and the others don't, right? I think in which specific situation that helps though is if the others just don't expect you to instantly kill them. And there's and I feel like we actually have a little bit of evidence for that. Because we still have certain groups which and certain people which haven't been colonized, right? It's little, and to be fair, in the last like recent years we haven't tried, but we have tried for so long, and we weren't able to actually manage that, to colonize those groups. And from what I know, I wrote I don't wrote I was watching like a documentary about one of those, and this specific one I watched a documentary about. They are literally killing everybody they see on sight. Like they don't wait for explanation. They kill everybody they see on sight. Who isn't part of their people. And this is why actually they're being left alone, because they don't have anything we seem as valuable, and we can't really get information about them either. And at this point, there's been actually enough scientists to actually back up people from like trying to engage with them. But for a long time, we tried to colonize them, and we weren't successful because they killed everybody. So, you know, like it's one of those things where it's easy to think that our like because we had guns back then, that this was the reason like why we were actually successful colonizing, because we had the technology. But I'm not sure if it's just the technology. Like I honestly I feel like it's more the this bloodedness of just going out there and going for it without any reason, just killing them off. And then later on pretending like, oh, there was an empty land all along. This city we just burnt down and like stomped to the ground, this wasn't there. No. Don't look there. And I never like like I would have considered myself as being sort of like informed, I guess, but I never thought that this, oh, it was an empty land was actually already a lie. Like I thought it was a lie that like, like how they lied about like how many they killed and stuff like this. And or like that they started whatever like hostile exchange that was. But it was already a lie that was emptier. So there's definitely a large amount of lost knowledge for sure. Oh, true. And then especially exactly also the diseases. I don't even know if it's most. I wouldn't be so sure. Like we literally tried to lie about like how many we killed at all. So, hi Efteling, welcome, welcome. How you doing? Do so, Mel. Good luck. Yeah. Yeah. But exactly, for like so long we actually tried to engage with these separated uh people, but it wasn't successful. In a weird way, by the way, though, for a lot of them, there's actually, to a certain amount, the in like if you look at the history of this this particular group of people living on that island, um, there's been a time where the I don't know who it was. I mean, chances are high it was the Brits, but we don't know. That or like I don't know. And they went there and they like kidnapped a bunch of their people and killed a bunch of their people. So it's like even there, it's sort of a question of like how is there violence now where they choose to just like kill every newcomer on site? Is that actually a thing which started because of them or because of us? Like even that is already a thing where they could have also been like really, really nice beforehand and forthcoming. But then we just showed them that they couldn't be, and then this happened. But yeah, this book, like, I can only recommend it. Like, I think it's super, super interesting already. And I'm like, I don't know, how much is that? Like a quarter through it or something? Wait, all of these are like connotations. Yeah. Okay, maybe I'm already a third through. But I really love it because it picks up so much knowledge about the history with certain colonized groups of people as well, and actually informs you about how that was going. So in this chapter, it, for example, went into detail about the like it picks up many different examples to really to make the point and like also show you that we have enough evidence for that point. And he constantly also like really shows you how it relates to what like fascist politician politicians also sort of like how they proceed with their agenda, and like how this has very much to do actually with this colonizer's mindset. And I don't know if you knew, but like the Nazis back then, um, they actually had like a big part of their goal was literally to colonize other countries and get more like ground and stuff. It was a big part of their mission. And hi, Stephen. Welcome, welcome. And thank you for the follow, Ryan. And Goblin. So, the thing is, SWAT Score actually loved this book because of how it compares things which happened back then, like colonization, which, to be fair though, does still happen today, has a lot to do actually with current events, because it compares it to what fascist politicians try to do and fascist governments, and it actually like it takes into account many, like this book is really new. Like he wrote this book recently. Like there's literally notes about things which happened in like 2023 and stuff. So if you're interested in actually learning more about the future, I think this book is really good because it shows you how the knowledge of the past is actually relevant for the future. Because stuff like fascism isn't new, right? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking, Stephen. How are you doing? I think the author did a really good job. I really like this book. And it takes so, like, it puts so many examples into it. Like, it really makes the point clear that this is not something he believes, but this is something where we have countless evidence for. So, this is just, I don't know, what I really love. And it's honestly like so far, this book has surprised me. Like, even though I already learned about fascism, even though I already learned about like how this like sort of like, of course, like history is sort of like not objective history, but subjective depending on like who wrote it. Like this book explains so well what is happening right now on a global scale. Like not only this one, but also the To Fight Against This Age. And To Fight Against This Age is also another book I love, also on fascism, and it's been written years ago already, but it's really, really nice because you completely, like, you just understand what's going on in the governments. Yeah, like you understand these like power structures better and better. You understand where they've come from, how they evolved, which families are backing those and stuff like this, you know? And you also understand how you are biased with the education you come from because you learned the the perspective of a very specific party essentially. And it shows you how to in Germany there's this saying which would translate to looking over the edge of your plate. I don't know if this exists in English, but it essentially means it's like you either like say to a person it's like try that, and then you say to a person which is so focused on like the here and now that they forget what is sort of not directly visible, and which is only able to be understood if you either think about it a bit more or like take a step back and look at the systems at work here. And I think this is exactly what this book does. And hi, Evie. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Doing well. Thank you for asking. Hi, Naji. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? So, yeah. So this is one of the things I was excited to show you because I don't know, I just loved it. Because I also it really it was so ingrained in me that oh yeah, like the colonizers won because of their like higher technology, but no, they won because they came there to kill and the others didn't get the memo. So like think outside your box. I guess yeah, to a certain extent, yeah. I'm glad you're doing well, Najee. No. No. It just means like look further than what you have right in front of you, essentially, yeah. And then there's another thing I was reading. A friend of mine is studying psychology right now, and he wrote a like a how do you even say this? Like not a pilot study because he didn't do the study, but it's a thing you write to sort of like how would you write a pilot study, if that makes sense. So like a mock-up pilot study, if that makes sense. I hardly know how to yeah. How would you say that? Yeah, just some work they have to do, but it's like it was really nice to read. Because first of all, he's so different in this paper as to like how you know him like IRL. It's crazy and it's so interesting, but it's so funny. Like the paper is written so professionally. It's really crazy. Like I didn't even know he knew this type of English, bro. Like the fancy words were like, bah! I can and I will. um Gotta get some rest, Desert Titan? Alright. Then get some rest. I hope you're able to find good rest. And thank you for being here. It was a pleasure. And see you on Thursday. Another thing is you can't see the forest for the trees. Yeah, I guess to a certain extent, this is also going into the direction at least. I guess the English equivalent would be read the fine print. I think honestly, like maybe think outside your box is. I don't feel like redefine like this is in this specific meaning. Okay, maybe, but like not in general. Anyways, so this paper is how do I say this? it's a paper about making a pilot study for one of these like a wearable like these fitness watches, for example, or like these like rings which like track your like sleep quality, heart rate, and stuff like this. Combined with an app which is for like which is tracking all of these things, and which then helps you or like tracks your personal deviations, and is also using your GPS data, for example, to find out like how much you're going outside and stuff like this, and then creates a baseline for like how, yeah, like just a baseline for like what is your average for like going outside, moving, heart rate, stuff like this, and also sleep quality, and then starting with that baseline, tracks if there's any deviations from that baseline. And if there's deviations from that baseline, gives you personalized, adjusted to the specific type of deviation, psychological support in terms of either psychoeducational support or let me find that out. Yeah, psychoeducational support, CBT exercises, mindful practices, or behavioral activation. And it like this is specifically sort of like the aim of this like paper describes a pilot study which would sort of measure the effect of these things in the context of like helping people who got like a cancer diagnosis, because there is a lack of care in that regard, and patients apparently describe that this lack of support with sort of carrying this burden and going through this alone is something where they, even after they're sort of cured from the cancer itself, are still struggling with afterwards, because it's sort of like a yeah, it has like to a certain degree like the effects of like a traumatic event. All right, bye, Fractured. And because this is of course no, like the pilot study is like missing from this. This is just a paper about like how a pilot study like this could be set up. But what is in this paper, which is of course useful anyhow, is all the sources he included in this paper to make this sound reasonable. Because, of course, in any sort of scientific paper, you need to really point out of why stuff like this makes sense, right? And why you're thinking this would make sense, and in what direction we already have knowledge, how specifically you want to set this up, how it's able to be reproduced. But you also, like, especially like here in the first part of it, he's going into detail about the like the individual parts, exactly, like about the individual parts of this pilot study and what we know about them already, and like how this would be useful to this topic, and how the thesis comes to be that this will help. Exactly, so the establishing context part. And in this context, he points to a number of studies which are have been being done on like these variables enabling or like helping with like psychological interventions to like support a person in their mental health. And this is actually, like, when I read this, I was like, oh, true, I heard about this already. Because there was also like a video I once watched about Dr. K, where he also actually talked about these variables making like a big progress actually in like helping people support them in their mental health because of a very sort of like very basic concepts we have that, for example, with like depression, and if depression is getting more, you can sort of like know because the person gets more inactive and like doesn't go out as much anymore and turns more to like a sedentary lifestyle. And so all of these like studies have been started, and there's already some like positive outcomes of those. On like if we like track this data and if we then make suggestions to like you like maybe like go for a walk or like go through this like mindfulness questionnaire, or if like like if we make informed suggestions as to what you could do in this moment to help with your mental state before it actually is really bad, but sort of when we notice there's a trend going on, if we intervene already at that point, will we be able to actually help them like get the get off of this path and like get well again? Like, is that actually gonna help people? And it's actually not. It's not bad, and the data suggests, as of now, that it will help. And so there's probably, and I've already seen this actually. There's already apps which are not like linked to like a wearable, but are just using the GPS data of the phone and stuff like this. Or for example, just timers as well, and you can set goals for yourself, or just offer resources you can like access at your own accord if you feel like you need support, right? Like there's a bunch of mental health apps, and these just like his idea there is actually a step further, because apparently there's been studies done on like how to more precisely predict what type of intervention is going to help you in the certain moment. And this is also based on, for example, your heart rate and like your movement data and everything. So this is already going into the direction of we're going to see when you're approachable for any sort of intervention or any help, and then in that moment hit you with a notification with that advice, because then the retention rate is going to be higher and the help is going to be higher, right? And I think this is something so interesting. Thus, relying on the personalized advice affect cognitive activity, like say with AI, how it makes people think less. This is a thing where we don't have like getting like really longitudinal data on this is hard, right? Because for that to happen, you need to have used it on people and then wait for a couple of years and then like come back to it. But I guess it can go like both ways. But with these apps, the hope is essentially that the app is helping you start a healthy habit, and then it's like easier for you to just keep going with that healthy habit. So it's trying to make behavior change easier by prompting you in moments where you're open to behavior change, and then sort of reminding you on that healthy habit and supporting you to actually pull through with that. And if it's a habit, it's like if it's sort of like a behavioral thing apart from like just taking like a cognitive load off of you, right? It's like, I guess there's definitely like a higher chance of you actually maintaining that. Because it also shapes awareness. Apart from that, the other part here is that it's gonna give you a psychoeducation, right? So it's gonna bring awareness to you specifically for the problems you struggle with specifically, or at least that's the idea, like in this specific paper. Um, and I think this is so interesting because I feel like what's like AI help in terms of mental health. Sometimes, lacks because AI is too agreeable. Because it's like you can essentially convince AI to like so many things. Sometimes it's like just too agreeable. Um, and also AI has a lot of information which is not from professionals, right? So if you have an app like this, it's like there's by the idea. There's only good information in there, right? Like all of the like the psychoeducation, the exercises you can do, the mindfulness exercises, all of these are like all of the content produced are checked by professionals for the specific circumstances. And also the way the sort of app interacts with you is also checked by professionals, right? So, for example, like also part here, because this is specifically about like talking about like helping cancer patients, the app would not prompt you in like a natural moment of fatigue, for example. So if you're going through like chemotherapy, the the idea is okay, like then we're like not gonna prompt you to like do stuff because that's not really healthy, right? So it takes a lot of context into account to then gives like really informed decisions, and it also has like a very specific use case, right? Where the context is better defined as with an AI, which is just sort of like supposed to help like a random person and doesn't know all the information. Also, this is just as support meant on top of actual like personal, yeah, personal psychological support. So this is more meant as like to close a gap, not to really like, for example, there's even like there's also people excluded from taking part in this, or like would be excluded from taking part in this if their problems are too big, like if they need too much support, because then this app can't provide this and it wouldn't be good information, or like not good data if like to see if like you can help that person. And also would be irresponsible to just have that person rely on this app solely. So there's a lot of yeah, how do I like, I hope I sort of like brought the point across that there's a lot of nuance to this. Like this is very, very specific, and also it's like it's nothing which is being done without checking if it's actually helping the people, right? So it's therefore it's already like a way more consciously informed decision than like just unleashing AI on people and letting them do what they want with it. You know what I mean? So my personal opinion with that, I think is way like it's more likely to actually bring help instead of making people dependent on it. But this is also why, like, if something like this were to came into action, people would make not only a pilot study, but an actual study beforehand. And in that study, if something like this were the case, would show up and then it wouldn't come into practice, or it would have to change. I mean, it's not, it's maybe like for like if something like this would ever be just like unleashed on the market, um, like I think no app actually just like I don't know, like let somebody like not use the app or something like this, but this is like for a study specifically, right? Like you need good data for this. So in terms of good data, you would be excluded. Yeah, exactly. Or like this is how it's like supposed to work, yeah. It's supposed to work like a really nice walking cane, but definitely like not like an exoskeleton. Yeah. To be honest, I would prefer they would put the money into educating people in psychoeducation instead of an app. The waiting lists are way too long. Well, I mean, this again, right? Like, this is like a like this is not actually a pilot study. Like, this nothing like where money is actually put into, right? Like, just to like get this straight, like this is his homework he has to do, and he will, I think, be graded on this, because this is supposed to showcase if he has the professional capabilities to be unleashed on the world and write studies like this, right? But apart from this, why like he actually goes sort of into detail into like why this would make sense or what this is supposed to cover. And what he says is literally just that there's a lot of challenges for like this is specifically again this is for people who have a cancer diagnosis, right? And specifically for these patients, there's a lot of it's tough to actually talk to a therapist and get this kind of support because just of like getting there, for example, or like going through the system and like getting help as soon as possible, like it being accessible and stuff, right? But apart from that, there's just not enough people working in that space to cover for everybody. And I mean, that's not only it. In Germany, for example, I read something where, like, apparently um, the how much people earn, like how much psychotherapists earn, is gonna be reduced, or should officially be reduced. The government said. So it's just a thing where, like, we need a solution, and we sort of need it quick, and this is a scalable solution or would be a scalable solution. And you can't just pop out psychotherapists like this, which are then as well also like specialized in that specific area, right? From referral to intake is 1 year waiting list and then takes another year to get treatment. Yeah. And this is exactly sort of the gap this like app then should sort of cover. It's going low key a little bit into the space like this stream here, right? Like this stream is technically also like it's not supposed to like replace therapists, like God no. Definitely like do get a therapist if you need one and can get one, you know. But it's supposed to close the gap for like people who either can't get one, who are in a waiting list but are still waiting, who just need extra support while therapy, because therapy is only like you're not the entire time in therapy, you still have time alone, time at home and stuff where you just need to survive and maybe need a bit of extra support. If you don't have the social circle, then this is maybe the stream, right? Um, and then also make it more approachable, actually. Like, make therapy more approachable, because you can ask questions here you maybe don't otherwise ask, especially because this is like, there's no social stigma about like being in the stream, because you can be here anonymously. Using an app like this, for example, with a wearable, you could also use anonymously. You wouldn't need to tell your family, you wouldn't need to tell anybody around you. You could do something for yourself and for your mental health without having to face any sort of social stigma or any sort of social judgment. And this is completely separated from the fact that maybe we need to do something about this. This could also only help this case of like a person growing up in a toxic environment where they can't get out of it yet, but they want to do something for themselves already. And then something like this could help them, because maybe therapy is not accessible to them in this moment. But an app like this, which supports them in a better way than this, or like, well, in a different way than this stream does, because this app will remind you in moments of stress, for example, of like how a like calming down relaxation exercise works. It will remind you in moments where you isolate yourself, pull back from society, don't do stuff anymore, and are on the trajectory to the next depressive phase, to go out, talk to a friend, talk to the app, do a mindfulness exercise, do something, you know? And I think in that regard, it can help a lot. And Raka, thank you so much for the 15 stream streak. Let's go. Replace? No. Feed my curiosity? Absolutely. Exactly. And it's like, yeah, like actual therapy, this will not replace. Dr. K, who is an officially licensed therapist, even his stream doesn't replace therapy. Any self-help content on YouTube won't replace therapy. And I'm not saying every therapist is perfect. There's definitely some black sheeps there, for sure. Like in every space, sadly. But I think as long as we, you know, put more systems in place which work on closing the gaps, we will be able to keep more and more people from falling through the gaps. And I think this is already a pretty good direction. And the other part is as well, we need help now, right? Like, we're noticing how there's just a lot of people who need help, and they need help now. Governmental change is hard, especially if you have governments who don't see this as a priority. But if somebody like him, for example, can make an app like this, fill it with knowledge, which is easy accessible, actually good knowledge, and it's going to help you make yourself aware and remind yourself to be mindful of yourself, to take rest from stressful situations, which is going to educate yourself, like, on, like, the things which are important to you or in your situation. I think something like this can help a lot, because it's already more individual than any self-help content online. And I mean like YouTube videos with that. Because I think like a stream where you like talk about like specific problems from specific people, this is also why I really like to keep the spotlight in the stream and don't want to slip too much into like just random self-help content. because I think this individuality is actually like a really good part of it. And welcome back, Ellie. I'm glad you did it, Ellie. Mm. True. But don't worry about it, Ellie. I did get where you're coming from. Wait, some therapists break the law? I mean, there's definitely therapists who break the law, right? Like, for sure, I guess. Like, in every field now, like, there's also, like, cops who break the law. So, that's just the way it goes. I mean, you also see, like, this, have you seen these, like, self-help videos of these, like, psychotherapists on YouTube who are not working as a psychotherapist anymore, I think. But who are now just doing this like red pill content of like I don't know, like I don't even know how they even got to that point. Like one would, I really don't understand. Would be interesting to find out. My new hyperfixation is dental health. Nice. Oh. Yeah. But so one of the takeaways from this essentially is that we have actually quite a large body of information already on how depression is, or like an indicator for depression is higher isolation and more sedentary lifestyle and going like just walking less, just doing less in general. So in that regard, I can only recommend see and try for yourself. If you notice you're sort of isolating yourself more, you notice you're going outside less, you haven't been in the gym for a couple of weeks, and it just feels like you're more and more exhausted. Just start with something and do something. Because this lacking initiative is just one of the hardest things I feel like to get over if you're depressed. And I think if we can work towards noticing this earlier and earlier and trying to help ourselves work through that earlier, it's going to be easier than waiting until we have a full-blown depression. Exactly. Like, don't push yourself to the full extent, for sure. Like, do, like, see yourself And don't try to neglect yourself in that way that you just, expect something ridiculous of yourself. But yeah, just start with something. Just go meet a friend. Even if you don't feel like it, just go there and, maybe it's not that bad. If it was bad, you don't have to do it again. Just try. Or go into a cafe. Just walk for a couple hours in a cafe, have people around you. Just see if you like it. Just see if you feel better after it. You don't even have to talk to anybody. Well, maybe to the person you order your coffee from. You can also just go for a little walk in nature, and you don't even have to go for a big one. You can walk one time around your house. But just start with something and see how you feel afterwards. See how it influences your mood. How you feel directly afterwards, how you feel at the end of the day, how you compare this day to the other days beforehand, if it's been better. How you feel the next day, maybe. Exactly. It's like it's like I always say, the best step you can take in these moments is the one you will be able to take. So don't worry about starting with something small. Pick the smallest thing you can imagine. If that worked, do the next thing. You know? But just do the thing you actually can do. Don't expect from it, like, don't waste another week and put pressure on yourself to do this big walk in nature and then always just like be like, oh, I should go, and like, no, I'm coping, like social media, oh, I forgot, next day, and then like sort of like push it away, push it away, push it away, push it away. Don't pick a goal like this. Pick a goal you can actually do and will do. Even if it's ridiculously small. And don't even worry about having to, like, don't think about how it's so small. Just honestly pick the smallest thing you can do. And if that was good, and if you feel like ready, that you could do like one tiny step up, like the next thing, you feel confident you could do that as well, do it as well. And if you then feel confident to do the next thing, which is a tiny bit bigger as well, do the next thing as well. Like work your way up to it. And if you get to a point where you feel like, oh, but the next thing like that seems like so too exhausting now, then this was enough for the day. Try again tomorrow. You know? And then tomorrow again, do the smallest thing, work your way up. You know? Small steps. Usain Bolt had to learn to walk at some point. Just start small. Yeah. Domina Patuni, welcome. How you doing? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Sleepy. Am I a therapist? No, I'm not a licensed therapist. I'm here as someone who went through a lot of mental struggles myself, but then went through therapy, is now mentally stable, and is informing myself through doing certifications and reading books and studies, and just trying to be there for you all as like emotional support or guidance. But I never really expect you to just believe something I say. I always give you resources, and there's always space to disagree with me. So, yeah. We're just trying to support it. It's actually a good idea. Make a licensed therapist go live on Twitch. There are actually already licensed therapists live on Twitch. A couple of them. Like usually the self-help content from therapists who went like big on YouTube also have a Twitch account oftentimes, or also have live sessions on YouTube as well. But don't expect it to, like, even the one from a therapist, the therapist will also tell you that this is not going to replace therapy. Just be aware of that. Exactly, Dark Knight. When I feel depressed, I notice that most often I feel that way because of lack of energy. And then just such small steps already lift me out of this hole. Yeah. It's like there's a reason why in England actually there's been like put forward this plan that essentially like people who are in therapy or like who, but I don't think they need to be in therapy actually. They just need to go to their general practitioner and complain about like struggling with like depression or mental health problems. And depending on the mental health problems, but especially if it's sort of evolving around depression, they can actually get prescribed. Like officially prescribed and paid, for example, like exercise in like any form. So it can be like a walk in nature, it can be like gym or whatever. But yeah, and this is like, I think this is really amazing and cool. Let me see if I can find it. Um, hmm. The only thing I see is like so many like websites of like gyms or like fitness coaches and stuff like this. There's a charity. It's so hard to find the actual like governmental support stuff. Like the AI is like agreeing with me, but like hmm. Okay, anyways. Exclusively in Finnish these days. Oh, I see. And hi, Tainted Wisdom. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? So there's one more thing we could like look up for this. Um, mm, ooh. Mm. There's something called the fatigue inactivity cycle. Um, but this is not. So, I mean, this is generally. So, well, essentially, we can go with this one. Let me give it to you. So, this article is about fatigue, and at the bottom of this, it portrays the vicious cycle of inactivity, which is essentially like if you do less activity, your muscles get weaker, and the weak muscles use more oxygen and are less efficient. And if you feel so that makes you feel fatigued more often and rest more often, then you become fearful of activities that make you fatigued and avoid activities that make you fatigued. So you do even less. And with that, it's just this downward spiral where you just do less and less and less and less and less. And this is so often like what we see go hand in hand when somebody has depression or like is on the path to get depression. And this is essentially the one of the main things why for depression exercise is such a commonly commonly prescribed or like treatment which is sort of how's the English word? Recommended. Yeah. And just like exercise works really, really well with this. Because as long as we still do something, we're less likely to like isolate ourselves as well. And we just lose less energy and therefore also have like more energy to actually deal with the effects of like depression or like going through something. While as if we're going through something and we need our energy to go through something and then we avoid activity and do less and less, then our energy levels just go lower. And then we can do even less because we need the energy to like go through what we're going through, right? So, yeah. It just goes into this downward spiral. And this is why these apps with these like trackers for your, for example, like GPS, or if you like combine it with like a wristwatch and your activity on that, why the activity on that is actually such a good indicator. And also why this like ping then to like do something can be so helpful in actually like avoiding the next depressive phase. And hi, Lufa. Welcome, welcome. We're doing well. How are you doing? Hope molecules. What? Is that actually a thing? Thank you for the follow and welcome. Well, I mean, exercise is definitely like proven to help with depression. So, but I wouldn't say with like it's because you produce hope molecules, but if you don't try to get hope molecules on the scientific table and just say to get a point across, I think it's all good. Thank you for the follow and welcome. How are you doing? So, yeah, and with that, like after reading that paper, I definitely like yesterday evening still, I went to the gym. It was good. It was nice. So I can only recommend. And I think honestly, like today with the sun shining in like this, I'm definitely gonna go for a walk still. So, is anybody of you wanting to go for a walk today as well, or do something, some activity, sort of inspired by this paper and the knowledge, or no? I mean, you of course don't need to. Just a thing if you feel inspired or not. I'm indoor walking back and forth inside my room as we speak. Alright. I do, but don't really have time to. Not sure if a treadmill walk works. No, it does work. Like, you don't have to go outside. Like, I mean, going outside is good. Is I guess like better for like different reasons, or like can be better, depends where you live. Um, but of course, like going for a walk in nature has like multiple positive effects, right? But if we're only talking about that exercise is helping and like staying active, it's like doing a treadmill walk is perfect. And it's definitely going to help for sure. So I think that's a great idea. I walk 4 hours a day with the dog. I mean, then you're doing enough already, Asta, for sure. And watch a nature YouTube video while walking. Got it, plan made. So, okay, a funny thing. Wait, let me pull up if I can actually still find it. I did have a screenshot of that study on my phone. Let me see. Let me see. Um, okay, so I do have it still. Um, okay. So, yeah, sad thing is, I have a picture of something of the story of the study, not the whole thing. I can send a picture to AI later and like tell it to find the study for me. But essentially, what the conclusion says is first, the present study investigates the psychological and physiological recovery effects of viewing flowers after psychological stress. We demonstrated that negative emotion and elevated blood pressure were more effectively decreased during the viewing of a flower image. To make that clear, it's an image. We're not even talking about actually looking at flowers. Viewing of a flower image than during the viewing of a mosaic image or fixation point in the absence of intentional control. Salivary cortisol was also downregulated in the flower condition as compared to the mosaic condition. These results suggested that passively viewing a typical flower image can lead to preferred states of emotion, automatic nervous system, and endocrine function after stressful events. Second, in our fMRI examination, we investigated brain activation patterns relevant to unintentional emotional change during passive viewing of the typical flower image and observed reduced activation in the right amygdala hippocampus region while viewing the flower image compared to other stimuli. Our results suggest that viewing flowers can reduce activation in the amygdala hippocampus and decrease negative emotion and physiological responses automatically. Sick, right? I think this is so sick. So let me find out for you where this is coming from. Copy. Why does it need to prepare me copying this thing? Anyways. Exactly, El Primo. So it might not actually not work. So okay. So the study is called "Viewing of a Flower Image Provides Automatic Recovery Effects After Psychological Stress," and it's by Hiroko Mushizuki Kawai, Izumi Matsuda, Satoshi Mushizuki. Yeah, by those three. There was like show more. I thought there's gonna be more, but it's by those three. Yeah. Wait, I can I'm gonna copy to link to you. Just need to go to chat from my phone. There you go. When are you going to cosplay a flower? I mean, to be fair, that would be pretty cool, I think. Sometimes I have to watch out when going on a walk while depressed, since I like to think while walking and it might spiral me into more negative thinking. So maybe hearing music or a podcast, just forcing me to be more aware of my surroundings, helps in that case. Maybe you can. Like, definitely these grounding exercises, I think, could be a thing of write down 5 things you see, 5 things you smell, 5 things you taste, 5 things you feel. Sorry guys. You could also give yourself like a challenge of like either a photo challenge of like making pictures of as many animals as possibly outside, or as many different plants or something, or finding out what type of birds are singing and stuff like this. So I don't know, you could give yourself like something which helps with that. Otherwise you can try to whenever you notice you have been drifting off and have been thinking, just remind yourself gently to come back into the moment, see what you hear, see if you can see the birds you're hearing, and then like try to focus on like the moment again. And if you notice you wander off again with your thoughts, then just gently come back again, and do that every time. So no sort of like shame or blame if you've been like wandering off with your thoughts, but just being like, oh, okay, but now I focus on the moment again. This can also help with these more like intrusive style of negative thinking. Yeah. And hi Dogu. I'm gonna say this in German real quick, guys. Don't worry. I've been asked since when I'm streaming in English. Also ich streame auf Englisch jetzt schon seit eigentlich schon übel lang jetzt, also seit einem Jahr oder sowas. Also wir machen jetzt schon seit Oktober diese Mental Health Streams in Englisch. Und davor habe ich aber auch schon in Englisch gestreamt wieder. Also irgendwie so ein bisschen. Also ich habe mal mit Englisch angefangen, so on and off, seit ich in die Niederlande gezogen bin. Und jetzt aber so wirklich seit einem Jahr oder sowas war es jetzt, glaube ich, nur Englisch seither. Und gar nicht mehr irgendwie Deutsch oder so. Ich hoffe, du kommst mit Englisch klar so. What a great idea. Maybe set up a timer every X minutes or just make it a goal. As you walk, focus on something and then journal at the end of the walk. Yeah, for example. I feel like, so there's a certain thing. Sometimes we can have intrusive thoughts to an amount where it's more like, it goes literally into the direction of like OCD, of like we get an intrusive thoughts and we're so obsessed with like dealing with that thought in that moment and sort of like controlling the emotions we have from that, that we then also start to avoid certain situations because we don't want to have these intrusive thoughts anymore. And if this is happening, this is going to the direction of OCD. And one of the ways you can sort of try to get out of this habit with these intrusive thoughts and sort of unlearn, essentially, giving them attention, because they usually come back because we give them so much attention. Like, they come back because in this moment that we take them seriously, our mind, because our mind is not programmed for happiness, right? Like, that's like obvious to everyone, right? Like our entire existence is essentially like made for survival, right? Like, this is just like how, like, the people who didn't survive died. Like, we're aimed for survival, we're not aimed for happiness, just as a species. And so therefore, for example, you can see this with something like a mouse or something, that a mouse is running for its life every time something cracks, every time there's a little movement, a little noise, is probably not like easy, it's probably not fun. Like, the mouse is probably actually running for its life in that moment, like thinking it's gonna die. So there's a lot of anxiety there. But it's like, we never think about like, oh, but the mouse could be like so much more chill and it shouldn't be so anxious. Because we're like, yeah, it's a mouse, like it's aimed for survival, like obviously it's gonna run, like it could be a cat and stuff, We don't really consider the like 100 times it ran and there wasn't a cat as like, oh, but the quality of life of the mouse is like clearly going down because of all of this anxiety. And like, the mouse shouldn't like run like this, because like, even if you die at some point, like, you want a happy life until then, because otherwise you just die of stress at some point. But we are now in such an entitled space that we actually don't, like, we try to optimize our life in terms of happiness, oftentimes, or like our personal goals, and not really in terms of survival. So now this like anxiety of like, can be really bad. And these intrusive thoughts and them maintaining are literally like, especially if it has to do with anxiety, it's like, if we give them attention and we, for example, avoid something because of it, or if we pay attention to something because of it, we give our mind the, like, if we then live, we essentially are like, oh, because we did this, we lived. Like, because we took it seriously. Like, it was good that I watched out. Like, I don't know if I wouldn't have died if I wouldn't have thought about this. You know what I mean? So, in this moment where we noticed, we thought ourselves into a position of constant anxiety or intrusive, like being bombarded with intrusive thoughts the entire time, there's certain things we can do, or which are sort of like very commonly used. It's still obviously like an individual thing. But for example, if you have anxiety of something specific, like, I don't know, like going outside in the dark or something, but it's a topic where like you want to change your anxiety, because like going outside in the dark, like for some people, they can just like, they can live a completely happy life while being scared of going outside in the dark. For other people, they, for example, have to go to their job the entire time, and it's not really, like it's gonna make their life horrible if they get panicky every time they need to go outside. And if they don't get to the point where they feel comfortable facing that fear, it can get to a point where they can't work anymore, for example, and this can be like super bad for their life, right? And for their goals they have in their life. Like maybe they can just switch jobs, but maybe they can't and they need to hold down this job. In other situations, we have, for example, things like somebody built up a phobia from like frogs or something, right? And like at this point, they're not even willing to go outside anymore in nature because they're like, oh my God, I'm gonna die. Like it's not reasonable to have this fear and it's gonna make your life worse. So if you're in that position that like, okay, the fear is unreasonable and it is making my life worse and I want to get over it, one of the things can be exposure therapy. I bet like you all heard of it already. Exposure therapy is essentially like engaging with the topic you're scared of, but definitely starting very, very little. Like you don't want to overwhelm yourself completely. You don't want to like throw yourself in the water and then be like, yeah, now swim, But because this can actually make it worse. But you want to slowly build up the tolerance again for confronting this fear. And while doing that, because it's sort of unreasonable, right? So probably there's not going to happen much. You're gaining evidence that you actually didn't die, even though you did confront this fear. And with more and more evidence that you didn't die, even though you confronted this fear goes lower because our brain is based on evidence. Like our brain is not scared of unreasonable things. Like in our brain, it apparently was reasonable to be scared about this. And the moment we build evidence that this fear is unnecessary for us and is not helping us for survival, because we don't even die, our fear is going to get lower. And this is sort of the concept of exposure therapy. Then we have a different concept, which is more around intrusive thoughts. And if you gotten these intrusive thoughts and if they got more because you were trying to like control them frantically and like engage with them the entire time, because sometimes our brain is literally just thinking farts, okay? And so we don't have the responsibility and it's not useful to engage with every thought we have. The thoughts don't make us who we are, our actions do. Our brain is meant for survival and our brain is firing neurons the entire time. And there's this thing, you probably heard about it, where like a neuron pathway which has been fired like so many times is more likely to fire, and it's getting wider and wider and wider essentially, and it's going to fire easier and easier. There's also just mistakes. Like, we're not a perfect machine. We sometimes just think something bullshit, We sometimes also just think things we have seen somewhere. It doesn't really mean we believe in them or something, It's just a thing of like our brain is throwing shit against the wall and sees what sticks. And this is really fine. So in that moment where we try to control everything we think, and engage with every thought we think, there's gonna be thoughts we engage with which are completely made up and completely unreasonable. And usually, we of course don't engage too much with thoughts which are obviously unreasonable. Usually it's thoughts which are sort of on the edge. So, for example, intrusive thoughts about something bad happening. This is something where like it feels reasonable sort of to think about this, but at a certain point, if you get this all the time, it's gonna make your life miserable, right? And what you then try to do is essentially just make a habit out of not engaging with this thought. naming it as like, this is an intrusive thought, and then carrying on with what you have been doing beforehand and what you have been focused on beforehand. You don't need to control the thought. You don't need to think about what would happen when or what if whatever. You don't have to change anything about your situation. You don't have to avoid anything. This is an intrusive thought, and you carry on with what you have been doing. And at the beginning, your intrusive thought is gonna like maybe even get more because clearly you're not listening. But at a certain amount, it's gonna just get less because your brain understands like, okay, apparently this is not worth thinking about, or like producing this thought is not worth anything because nothing is being done with it. So I'm just gonna stop with it because it's wasted energy. So in that regard, if you're being tortured by negative thinking in a way where you feel like, okay, this actually could be coming from a direction of like intrusive thinking, maybe it's not useful to take every of these thoughts so serious and to evaluate who you are and what you should do and if this could be the case and how to protect yourself from this. But maybe it's actually just not helpful to think that way in this moment. And you just want to not have these thoughts anymore, be able to let go of these thoughts. And the way you train that, or you can try to, it's like one of many different approaches, right? And maybe it works for you. But one of the things you can try to is labeling it as this is an intrusive thought, and carry on with what you've been doing before, and not giving it this meaning of this is coming somewhere to like this is trying to tell me something, this is trying to protect me or whatever, but just being like, this is not helpful right now. This is an intrusive thought and this is unhelpful. And I'm gonna carry on with what I've been doing. I have an unhealthy fear of needles, I will pass out. Oh damn, Master. And hi, Metal Lives. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Bolt Saber. Welcome to the stream. How have you guys been doing? Our mind is crazy strong, for sure. So, mm, so today we haven't really done any spotlights so far, and I think I personally wouldn't start now. Because it's already 15:40 and we want to end the stream between like 4 and 5. Um, so I wouldn't start with a spotlight now, but are there any sort of like questions you guys have or any topics you guys want to talk about? And like, how are you guys doing? How's your mental health doing? Or like, how are you doing in general? And hi, Michael. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. I'm also good. Thank you for asking, Metal Lives. I was feeling made it a bit better. I'm glad, Bolt Saber. Is there anything we can help you with? Is there anything you maybe want some guidance with or some support with? Mental health. Thank you for the follow, Michael. I mean, There's actually like at this therapy place I was, there was a hill which was called the Screaming Hill, by the way. So maybe that would have been your place to train for the next festival. I don't know, maybe I do. I mean, you of course don't have to bowl Tabor, but I would be here. I only feel like trash when I sleep at 3 a.m. I can imagine. I mean, at least you know why you feel like trash and what you would need to do to not feel like trash. In England? No. In the Netherlands. Sorry, buddy. But in England, you can also just like walk on a big hill or something. Ooh, thank you for your Prime, Primo. Thank you so much. Thank you for the support. This is all only possible because of you all, guys. And of course, because of my husband, who's working to finance me having time here to just talk to you all. Was way off in USA, not England. Oh, wait. So you're from the you live in the USA? So you thought like I live in England, right? Okay, okay. Yeah. No, I live in the Netherlands. And I'm from Germany originally, so I always do, Prima. And say things not going as planned, I end up messing things up, or life messes my things. Either way, I'm doomed. Oh, buddy. So what's going on, Bolt Saber? Are you looking for guidance about like what to do, or just sort of emotional support and maybe maybe some guidance on what to how to handle this emotionally? Sometimes apparently my accent is Australian. Apparently. I don't know. I think it's from YouTube. And welcome back, Indiana John. Sort of waiting for Bolt Saber to hit me with a big message. Maybe. We'll see. While we're waiting, I crocheted a bunch of new stuff. I crocheted this bee. Then I crocheted this bee. And the heart. It's a bee army, yeah. I don't know what I need. All I need is Um, hmm. I mean, you wanna talk about it, Bolt Saber, and just tell us everything which has been going on? Or rather not. It's okay if you don't have the energy for it today. Like, we can always come back to it on Thursday or some other stream. Like, I don't wanna. I wanna make sure you know that you're not being pushed or anything, you know? Hmm. Do you ever recommend meds for people? Well, I never recommend medication. Like, we don't recommend medication here. Like, this is not like we also like this is not something like instead of therapy or like this is on top of therapy, you know, but like not meant as a replacement whatsoever to like a medical professional who knows all your history and everything. Um, so I might like say how something sounds to me actually like it could maybe be like ADHD or autism or something, and like that I personally would get that checked out just to see if this is like a possibility. But you know, all right, regards. See you next time. Bye. And hi, cool. Cool. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? It's a pretty dumb thing to say. What do you mean? Like, what happened to you? Or nice disclaimer. Some might think you are a professional. I mean, so the thing is, right? Like, even if a licensed therapist is streaming on Twitch, it will not replace actual therapy. This is why all of the licensed therapists on Twitch have a disclaimer saying this is not medical advice, right? And this is also like the essentially like the same we have in our stream rules that we advise to get like professional help. Like we always recommend professional help. And if anybody asks me, I'm always explaining or like even only making the assumption that this would, you know, then I always clarify. Yeah. Because I think this is important. But I also think that actually most people don't expect this to replace therapy, thankfully. Like they do understand that therapy is something you can't give to like not in this sort of setting of like this asymmetric communication and then in like a group setting. Yeah. Very private person, so sharing is hard for me. But I might, when too close to people, I might. It's okay, Baltaber. It's okay if you're not comfortable to share yet. Don't worry about it. We're just here. If you ever need this space, we're here for you. And until then, if you have any sort of like question, maybe how to solve a problem or how to find the next sort of rope to climb up to and make your way through life, then let me know. I'm used to music feeds. This is a unique recommendation. Hmm, interesting. To metal music feeds, even? This is a very unique recommendation, if so. Damn. Ah, and you thought, like, today I feel zen. Like, metal at 4 again. Now, zen. 69, welcome, welcome. How you doing? But yeah. But we have always like really nice resources and always also like or like yeah, I'm just trying to I guess like is there a question you still have metal lives? Like is there sort of like a certain clarification or something you still want to know? Because I feel like there's sort of might be something in the air here with like, oh, I would sure hope so and stuff. I'm in a metal band for sure. So let's say there is something I need to get advanced in career, but I messed it up, and now there is a less possible to counter it to move forward. So backing is an option or try again. It's gonna waste all my time prepared for it. Hmm. It's hard to understand the proper situation and like what options are sort of um, the better ones from such a, let's say, abstract description. But from what I understand, there's like a career path you messed up, and but so backing is an option. So like trying to do the old one still is an option, but try again seems the same. Okay. Yes, example seems perfect. Okay. No, I definitely agree with you there. I like you can be like sure that like I'm a very big advocate for therapy. I had personally a very very positive therapy experience, and I would wish it for everyone. The only thing is like there's just a lot of people who like this is essentially trying to close a gap in our system globally, where there's people who can't seek out therapy, where therapy is not an option, right? Because either it actually costs money and you need to pay for it yourself, or in the society you live in and country you live in, it's just not a possibility at all, because mental health is not really seen as something to like bother with. Um, or there's like people on a waiting list who just have to wait still for a year or something, or who are already in therapy but just need a little bit of extra support because therapy is like once a week and the rest of the time they are alone and struggling still. And for therapy to make progress, it's also going to take a bit of time. So, and then of course, there's people who actually just need a little bit of help right now in a very specific situation. And then they're fine actually again. But they just, I don't know, for example, like maybe lost someone and don't know how to handle this emotional burden, to get through it. So this is essentially what we're trying to cover here, and we try to do that with a conglomerate in resources. Like I have a resource sheets where there's like just like really, really good professional resources from all over the internet, and these I'm like sort of like trying to prepare and like make understandable to people and hand out if useful. And apart from that, we're just trying to be there for people. Yeah. You made the decision, Indiana John. You're starting again. I'm glad. Definitely family and friends always tough, yeah. Exactly. Something people are just not ready for. Life goes with problems. It is up to us to face it with a huge laughter or face it with a saddy shrug face. Anyways, life will go on like this. Yeah. In the yeah, I sort of agree. It's like I feel like there's many moments where we can just use a little bit of help with how to approach life and how to achieve our goals properly, if that makes sense. So I'm taking Bolt Saber that the example from Indiana Jones is sort of accurate? Is that correct? You have a nice aura. SP. Is that like SP's like star constellation? No, wait, star, how do you say that? Or what is spelling? Oh, bro, I've never read this like this for real. Like people just type out whatever and then just expect me to get it. Oh. Like I've never had somebody like be like, I'm not sure about the spelling. But I appreciate it. Yeah, alright, okay. If you can help people, more power to you. Thank you, thank you. Well, I'm doing my best here to help people with like my story and also like just the like I'm trying to just learn as much as possible. So I'm like reading all the books I can find on, well, fascism actually and mental health, because I feel like nowadays that has like to do with each other. And then doing like some certifications on the side to, I don't know, make it easier to see what sort of knowledge I have. Exactly, Asta. Excel formula. It's quite similar. Do you have friends to talk to about this, Bolt Saber? Like, just to rant about this and like rant about like how this completely destroyed your timetable and plans, how to go about life. Because something like this can be super annoying and so infuriating, like especially if you already had like this thought about how the future's gonna look. Mm, I see, Indiana Jones. So still a hard choice. I think like you did say that you enjoy the new one you start more. So I think, it's always good to do something you enjoy. I think it gives you more motivation to be actually good at it. I could see people making up stories just to talk. They just need an ear and it's a conversation starter. Well, I mean, I can't like say or don't say that this like has happened or didn't happen, right? Because I can't know. Um, but I don't feel like this is happening. Like I feel like because of the anonymity people enjoy with like being on Twitch and just being a username instead of a person, I feel like a lot of the people actually just share their real story. And yeah, like if they, if they don't like the answer, then they just like leave. Yeah. There's also people who, yeah, don't feel ready to share yet. That's also fine. I mean, getting to know the stream here and the community and feeling if this is a safe space or not is an important part of it. Oh, expensive. That's what life is in the Netherlands, yeah. So, how about you, Boltava? Like, do you have like friends to talk about this and just rant out how, yeah, frustrated you are that this plan of life you had is not gonna work out like you imagined? Let's say there's a test I need to pass to advance, I think, my career. Overall, I'm good, but individual score, there's score that I couldn't achieve. This might be the issue. There's a less chance of getting a chance to get accepted. There's always an option to retake the test. But there comes a challenge which I'm able to take to get a higher score to reach a goal. All right. So what would the challenge be? And how would the challenge like mess up the timetable? Like I do think Baltaba we're having like a language issue here. Because the sentences are hard to grasp. So, but what is the challenge? And like how would it mess with the time and with your plan of the future? Oh, damn, 69. That is a plot twist indeed. I do hear actually that there's also ace couples though, which are just sort of like in a relationship, like other people would maybe call like best friends, but it's like exactly what they want and what they're happy with. Hmm. So, is there a way you can like train for this, for the cognitive skill? Or like how long do you have time to train? If you say you have like limited time, like is the limited time still like enough or no? And what would the other option be? Hmm. So how much time do you then have to train this cognitive skill? If the limited time is only within the test? My mom actually did that at some point. My mom like packed a little suitcase and then just left my grandma's house and went to the neighbors. But she didn't ring the bell apparently. Well, I mean, 4 or 5 doesn't need to be like uh, too specific here. I think the point of the thing is just when 69 was young, they thought about like having a house and a wife, and then later it turned out, welp, maybe not, you know. I think Metal Lives, there's ways where there's miscommunications, but it doesn't need to be like a lie, you know? Like communication is very often actually not very specific. And I don't know, exactly like this, for example. I don't know. I think like remembering exactly when you imagined you would have a wife and children is actually really hard if you look at your childhood. You just remember like, yeah, when you were young at some point. And then you just put like an age to it. How I feel, right? If that is like 4 or 5 or like 8 or 9, it's like, you know. You know, the thing is, Metal Lifts, I actually don't lose anything in this moment when I believe them, right? I don't lose anything in the moment where I believe 69 here. It's not costing me anything. You don't know. FOMO's the issue. I mean, FOMO can be, you can train with that. I'm not sure, by the way, if FOMO means what you mean here. Like, FOMO, from what I know, is fear of missing out. And feeling like you mess up the answer and forget to, like, complete the rest. I'm not sure if that's FOMO. I think that's just, like, test anxiety, no? Or, like, do you really mean it in a way of, like, fear of missing out? But I'm sure you can find actually, like, probably, like, exercises or, like, ideas how to train to cope with test anxiety or exam anxiety. If you look it up on YouTube or something. Let me see actually if I have there's actually, like, the University of Colorado has an article about test anxiety. There's like a subs on YouTube actually. It's FOMO, not exam anxiety? Okay, Bolt Saber, do you want to, like, you're German, right? Like, am I correct? Or no? I thought I remembered. Not German? Oh. Because the thing is, so when you say the test is testing a cognitive skill, I am probably trying my best to counter. You used counter beforehand, so probably counter it. But why would you try to counter them testing your cognitive skill? I don't understand how this makes sense. Then but due to limited time and I get FOMO, And then in brackets, I feel like mess the answer. So you feel like you will mess up the answer probably and forgets to complete the rest. So losing mark to reach the goal. So you feel like you're gonna mess up the answer and then forget to complete the rest and therefore get like low points. It's I'm really sorry, but it's really hard to like understand the English part of it. I'm sorry, love. If there's like a like I don't know where you're coming from, but maybe there's somebody in our maybe there's somebody in our community who speaks your mother language and can then like help translate or something. No, don't worry. Like I'm sorry we weren't able to help here. But I think what you can take away anyhow is that it's always good to talk to friends about this, to friends or family. Like anybody who knows you, who's sort of close to the situation so they could support you IRL with whatever you're going through. And who's also gonna like of course have an easier time like understanding you just because they know you already, right? So if there's anybody close to you where you feel like they could be supportive or they like usually they like try to support you in any way they can, then do talk to them. Like the people around us, when they see us suffering, like they do really want to support us. It can be such a horrible feeling to see somebody suffering but not be able to do something. So don't worry about it too much and try to talk to people around you. Like sometimes even the testers like try to help us like have a good shot at the test, so you can maybe like send them an email, ask for advice or something. Or maybe there's like some YouTube video who has dealt with exactly this, who can give you advice on this. Yeah, if that's the case, I'm really unsure, Indiana John, how FOMO is relating to the topic. From what I know, people use the word FOMO um, when they talk about um, FOMO in an exam context could be that a person um, can never motivate themselves to learn because they always feel the need to go to every meeting with their friend, to every party and everything, because they have the fear of missing out. Like this is what FOMO is like, where the like acronym is coming from. It's like fear of missing out. So it's like you fear that you're gonna miss out on something like a party, like a social event, like something with friends, and therefore you stress yourself to take part in everything, or don't do the responsible adult things instead. Mm. So FOMO is not used as the English acronym here, Bolt Saber. You can see what. Hmm. Well, it's only being understood as English, so I'm not sure. Mm. So you took the one. So you used FOMO because the fear of missing out is essentially that you worry that because you focus on one question and then don't answer to the other questions, that you will miss out on the points of the other questions. Is that it's so hard. I see, okay. So then I think like Indiana John should be like very on point, no? With his assumption or like interpretation about the topic. Welcome back, Primo. I think in a situation like this, if it's like an exam strategy problem like this, um, it might actually be worth a try to ask like just AI what could work to do something against it, or to see if there is like a YouTube video about a person who struggled with this and what they did um, to get over it, or like a self-help video, honestly, from like a YouTube psychologist. You know, I think that can give like great information. Any tips on how to be more in touch with your emotional side? My partner talks to me and tells me how she feels, and I try and use logic to help, but it ends up coming up as dismissive and hurtful. Hmm. Mm. So I think a thing we can do is always we can ask our partner for support with this, like with fixing this, in terms of maybe your partner can clarify at the beginning if she wants a sort of guidance and a solution, or if she wants to get emotional support. Um, if a person wants to have emotional support, it usually helps to try and think how you would feel in this situation. Or just ask them how they feel. Um, Apart from that, we can always ask our partner the ways how they like emotional support best. Because some people like really just want somebody to listen. Some people really like physical touch. They want to be hugged and sort of like, like protect protected in that sense, like the physical contact of it. Um, some people really like acts of service actually in that moment, of like getting like a glass of water, getting a blanket, a warming bottle, stuff like this. So there's like a lot of different ways how we can like show our emotional support in that moment, and that also like really depends on what the person prefers. So I think in a situation like these, it's like really hard to give like generalized advice, because it's not a generalized topic, because it's a thing between you and your partner. What I can say though is that usually with situations where we're disconnected like this from our partner and like don't really know what to do, or like how to deal with this, it really helps to just get to know more about our partner. Just like, what type of support would she really like how would this situation look if she could, like, I don't know, like if she would write a story of like a script, essentially, or like a movie script, on like how you would react, and like how it would be perfect. Like if she doesn't know the emotional support just like this, then doing an exercise like this where they like write a script and like how it would be perfect helps to figure out what is included in this emotional support. Um, and apart from that, it also like really helps to get this like clarification in the beginning of like, okay, I want guidance right now, or like a solution, or I want just emotional support right now. Because sometimes we just haven't really learned well to like differentiate those two from each other. Um, and a lot of the time, of course, it always has like it also not always, it also has to do with how emotionally available we are ourselves. So for example, if we always suppress any sort of like hurt or like insecurity or something like this, it's gonna be really hard for us to relate to a person feeling insecure, and don't either block it or make it about ourselves. Because either we're blocking it or it's overwhelming us with the emotion in that moment. Like if we always suppress these type of emotions, it's like really hard to engage with them in like a just regular emotionally balanced way. And yeah, then it's just like either suppressing or being overwhelmed by it. And it's like hard to then like be available to other people with this emotion. She's against mental health, okay? So when I try and do exercise, she shuts down and mentions life isn't therapy. I agree, I need to figure out more about how to approach her to help her with her feelings. When I try and do exercises, she shuts down and mentions life isn't therapy. What you okay, are these exercises you do for yourself? And also, like, is it like you know, meditating uh, in like the living room? Or is it like she's talking to you, trying to get your emotional support, and you're trying to make an exercise out of it? And hi, Annalise. I'm glad we were able to help you in some way, at least, Bolt Saber. Thank you for the follow and welcome. How you doing? Mm. Oh, okay, Primo. I'm not sure if she's against mental health at this point anymore. I'm gonna be honest. Um, something like this can feel definitely dismissive. Um, because like this like journaling or talking about why um is not necessarily emotional support, right? Like when somebody's feeling down, for example, hugging them can be emotional support. Watching some series with them can be emotional support. Bringing them some food and some water, doing some of their chores, that can be emotional support. Getting them something from the supermarket they really like can be emotional support. But we can't just like generally push these mindfulness practices onto them, if that makes sense. Journaling doesn't feel nice for everybody. Talking about why is also, for some people, just not the right thing. Some people, when they're feeling down, they don't want to talk about it. They need a break from these feelings. They need a break, regulate a bit, and then come back to the issue to make a logical decision. Sometimes they don't have the energy to articulate themselves in these moments, and they just want to be seen by their partner. They want to be seen that they're exhausted and tired, and they want the support of somebody who's exhausted and tired, which is helping with the workload and helping them recharge. Doing my best to be a proper human right now, despite feeling heavily depressed. I actually hit rock bottom today, and yeah, that's not okay. Just close the stream. No, no, no. Just be here for a bit. Don't worry about it. I can't journal, I get super triggered. I personally don't like journaling either. No, sorry. I don't watch YouTube videos on the stream. So yeah, so here with Gentle Fears, this is also exactly sort of the point. Um, it's like, so first of all, it's like, I think in this moment, I feel like what she critiques and why she says like this is not therapy is because she doesn't want to be therapized in this moment. She wants emotional support. Emotional support is something we need always. We, like, mentally stable people who don't need therapy will need emotional support. Emotional support is something the human needs. It doesn't, like, needing emotional support doesn't mean that we need therapy. Emotional support is something very, very normal, which we need from all the people around us and which we give to the people around us. And then also, again, like, not all these habits, these mindfulness habits or whatever habits, not all of them are the right thing for everyone, right? Like some of them, like journaling, it's like highly, like it has a highly positive impact. But there's still a lot of people for whom journaling is actually not nice and doesn't feel good. So even though something on average is very convincing to be like a really good treatment plan or like treatment perspective, can still be wrong for the individual, right? This is why even in therapy, your therapist, like, or at least the way I experienced it in my therapist never just put something on me. My therapist would always explain why this could be beneficial and then ask me if I wanted to do it. And if I would have a different opinion and be like, oh, I think for this and this reason, this actually seems not nice to me, then he would either have like a good argument for why this is maybe in the process actually like super important, blah, 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 whatever. Or why like, okay, I see. So maybe then let's try something else. In this moment where we pick something we feel like is good and put it on somebody, we neglect their opinion, right? And it's something we actually usually see as this sort of like helicopter mom or like, which like later then turns out to be a controlling mom. It's like this opinion of knowing better and knowing what's good for them and completely neglecting what they actually think in that situation and what they actually need in that situation, and then just putting that onto there. It's essentially like having learned that these like tape thing, what is it called, like the gaffer tape, is really, really nice and works super well, and now you fix your car with it. It's like, just put it on everything. Like, you don't even really care. But for everything, it's not that great. Gaffer tape is great for a lot of things, not for everything. And so how I would, let me get out my paper so I can structurize my thoughts a bit more. So first thing is, not everything is good for everyone. Okay, it's still like individual help is what helps best. with having made the point on that, um, I feel like a big part is actually finding out what she needs in this moment. What is her individual need? And how would it look like? What is her expectation towards you? So I think I would not put a statement on her. Like a statement like, oh, she doesn't like mental health or she doesn't support mental health. I don't think that applies in this moment. Like from this momentary like uh statement of hers, I at least can't tell that. Um so I think asking her what her needs are and what her expectations are in those moments. Like going back and just so like going up to her and essentially be like, hi, we had this like miscommunication, or like the scuffle we had yesterday. I completely understand that this is not what you wanted from me, and I want to learn how I can support you in the way you want to be supported. Like, I understand now that I try to just put something onto you because it works well for me, maybe, or because I heard it works well for others. And this is the best to my knowledge how I thought I can help you. But I now understand that I should just ask you how you want to be helped. So please tell me how, if you could rewrite that moment, how would I have reacted? How would I have helped you, supported you? What would I have done to support you in this moment? And no, Boat Saber. I'm talking to Primo. Um, and then like also then like try to understand that, try to process that, and like see, like also ask how, like if it's not making sense to you, and be like, okay, but like how does this like help you with the problem there? And like, be curious about why, like how this helps her. Like try to really understand why. Um And then also ask, like, is this something sort of like, are there like different situations where you need different help? Or like, is it okay for me to just ask you in this moment what sort of support you want? And then you are able to give me like a very direct answer? Or do you want me to like tell me now? And then I'm going to try my best in a moment and you just let me know if I'm doing it wrong. Um, Because different people need different emotional support. My mom, for example, for her, emotional support is you don't talk about it. You don't tell how exhausted she looks. You don't say how stressed she looks. You help. Because if she could do less, she would have already fixed the solution in that way. Like, fixed the problem in that way. But apparently she can't, and now she just needs to get through this situation. So how you can support her in that situation is not by talking about it, not by telling her to calm down or relax or, take a break or whatever. Because she already made the decision that she can't, and she can't afford to. And what she now needs is you, like for my mom, or like what she now needs from me in that moment is to lock in and help her as much as I can to think of her bodily needs as well, and to try and just support her in like what she does in the moment. So for example, if she's like heading out to a client or whatever, then like help her load up the car. Make sure she doesn't forget anything. Make sure she has water there and maybe some food. But the priorities are load up the car, make sure she doesn't forget anything, and then water and then food. Like, this is the priority line. You help her by taking mental and physical load off of her because she's stressed, because the mental and physical load is too high. And this was maybe her fault, but at this point, apparently she can't fix it anymore because there's no other solution as to now doing it. So the way you can help her in that moment is take the mental and physical load off of her and try to be a buffer for her. And she's gonna be really grateful for that. She maybe won't say in that moment, but the moment you just step up and help her, and you can't just ask like, oh, how should I help? You need to see what she's doing, understand what the task is in as little words as possible, and then do it. Because if she has to train you in this moment to do the task, this is extra mental load. So every load she has to invest in you to help her, or like help you help her, is something she needs to have trust in that you're actually gonna be enough help at the end that it's net positive, right? So this is how I support my mom. There's a different thing to this, and the different thing is that my mom is constantly overworking herself. So if she's not in this situation, I do try to talk to her and trying to talk to her about how, maybe she should think about having less work or taking less contracts and stuff, because she's stressed a lot of the time. But usually she does see this. She just can't not help people. And this is something where she, at the moment at least, makes this decision to sacrifice some sense of comfort for helping more people. This is the type of person she is. And this won't turn 180 degrees. Probably never in her entire life. And you can always choose that supporting a person is too much effort. And that's fair. But if you want to support that person because you love them, might be worth the effort, even if it's not the easiest way of supporting them. Or it could be easier, and they don't really make it easy. My husband, he wants support in giving him space. He is asking for a lot of advice and is sometimes phrasing his questions in a way where he clearly wants a solution, and like is looking for guidance, but emotionally he actually sort of doesn't like that. But he also doesn't really know how to carry the responsibility. So the way I learned how to support him best is by first of all sort of like making him aware, like are you asking for guidance right now? Like, are you sure? But also just honestly by giving him space. Like, the way I can support him is by letting him know I want to talk about something and then give him space to process it because he needs time for that. If he comes up to me with something, the way I can support him in this moment the best is by using minimal words and give him time to process something and keep it short, keep it simple. Because otherwise he gets overwhelmed and doubtful and can't process all of this. And maybe feels inferior in himself, insecure, because there's so many things he could have thought about himself and then I told him instead. And he did ask me, but he doesn't like, sometimes he just wants essentially, or like, the thing he likes best afterwards is if you essentially are not giving him the solution, but just holding his hand while he's trying to figure out a solution, even though he's overwhelmed. So essentially, to lower the stress, the like mental load of having to solve something which he doesn't feel ready for, and so far he always just had to ask his mum, but now he wants to be independent and he wants to be recognized as an independent person and as a reliable and responsible person. And so therefore he needs the space to actually like fix these things on his own. But it's the pathway which fired most. It's the pathway of just ask somebody else. They know it. This is gonna take them like the least time, you know? But every time afterwards he's regretting it. So when I talk to him about it, what he actually wants is essentially for me to just be there, to like, you know, be the safety blanket for if there's something really going bad. But apart from that, just give him space to actually figure it out on his own. And like, if there's advice he actually does need, then say it in as little words as possible. Be simple, not make it really, really big. Go step by step. Have breaks in the conversation where, like, I say something, he gets a pause. The next sentence, he can think about that and he has the time to process it. This is how I can support him best. So, how can you support me best? I thought about just now. Also, taking the mental and physical load off of me. There's like I've made wrong decisions already at this point. Like either I'm not in the situation anymore, or I need help. And I'm gonna remember it for the next time, and I'm gonna be easy on it for the next time for sure. But in this moment in time, there's too much on my plate, and a lot of the time it's not even my fault. But things just have to get done. And sometimes I need help connecting with my body because my bodily signals are sometimes really hard to understand for me. Because I'm like, I'm neurodivergent in that sense. So it's just something where I don't really have like a sense of hunger, for example. I usually have appetite or stomach pain. But I'm of course influenced by my body. So if my body is dehydrated or is like hungry, it's like it's gonna work differently than before, of course. So then it can always help me to just like hug me and be like, brave. And then I'm like, I really dislike that. And I'm gonna be like, damn, I need to pee. You know? um, so I don't know. There's a lot of different ways how you help people, and you need to find out the way how you help and support your wife the best. And the best information for that is going to be your wife. So that seems quite hard to walk that line of giving him what he wants without giving him what he wants. Oh, you can't imagine. We've been struggling for years. For real. It's like he's literally asking me for advice, and then he's mad that I gave him advice. It's like, boy. Like, I'm literal. You asked me. Don't come at me like this. Oh. But it's like sometimes stuff like this can be hard to know sometimes it can be really hard to know what we actually need if we didn't get it before. Like so in childhood, it's a very, very strugglesome situation. Because there's a certain, usually in, like, if you look at children who have a story to overcome, let's say, they don't need to be traumatized. They just have work to do still. Um, the ways they could get love and support were limited and predetermined. There was not really this option to be like, oh, I want support in this way, please. There was an offer, and if it was take it or leave it. And the also, like, kids usually, even if there's a space where you could talk about it, you need to spell it out to kids. Like, kids will so often not see the possibility to actually ask you for different support, because they also, like, they have not been a human for long. It's your responsibility to teach your kid what the possibilities are. So oftentimes this goes wrong because the parent is not really understanding it to this degree, and they just feel like, yeah, I'm giving my child support, like my child is taking the support or not, like as it needs. It's not really that. Because if we give our child support like this, and it's this, take it or leave it, what a lot of children do is, it's like a bargaining situation, because you're dependent on this love and support. You need it. You literally need it. Like, the younger we are, the more dependent we are on it, and our body knows. And our body will sacrifice a lot to get this love and support it needs. And if that means sacrificing your own character by being a person your parents would like more, and therefore avoiding neglect because now you are a person your parents like and won't neglect, instead of being yourself and then therefore suffering the shitty ass consequence of your parents neglecting you, if you have neglectful parents, is a thing kids will do. And they will do it like this, like you won't even notice. This is why you have to be so open with your kids, and why it's so important that your kids can say everything to you. Because they don't have it all figured out, and they don't need to. They are a human since a few years, and you have so much more life experience. This is the responsibility you took upon you in that moment you got a child. Your kids need to be able to say everything to you. You don't need to, like, love everything they say to you, obviously, but there needs to be the possibility to talk about everything. So in this moment where there's like a very predefined way on how to get love and support, and like this is the only way it's available, kids usually like bargain with this, essentially with being like, okay, like if I'm like, they sort of like, they don't try to take it as long as they can. And then, for example, if you talk to like, if you look at like 13, 14-year-olds, right? There's a certain amount of independence we have at that age. So we don't need this love and support the entire time. And maybe we have a grandma who's there sometimes who's going to give us love and support, which fits us better. Oh, need to open the door, sorry. our like old granny neighbor was just like ringing the doorbell and was like, "Oh, my vacuum cleaner is like broken. Can you like if is Zach at home? Like, can you tell him to like fix it once he comes home?" So I was like, "Yeah, sure. I'm gonna send him over." Um, so what we had. So usually kids at this age, like 13, 14, they have a certain amount of independence, and also our social circle is now bigger than before, right? Before we might have been super, super crazy dependent on our parents. Now we're a bit less dependent than before. We have friends, we have, I don't know, like grandma or granddad where we can go to ourselves maybe, or like uncles and aunts and I don't know, maybe even teachers or some coaches where we go to like a sports club or something, you know. So there's like a certain amount of independence we have, and there's also like different places where we can get love and support from. But it always depends, right? And the love and support we usually can get, and if it's like this, I leave it or take it. We usually try to bargain in a way where we try, like, if this is not the love and support we really like we try to avoid it and like cover ourselves with the love and support we can get from other people. But that in certain points we're desperate enough and we need any love and support, and then we're going to take this love and support as well. So, for example, what I can give as example here from my own personal story, my dad would always hug me way too long. Like, he would never let go when I didn't want to hug anymore. He would always hug way too long. He would stink of cigarettes and alcohol a lot of the time. Um, and other weird details, but we're gonna leave them out. Anyways, I didn't like this hug. But there were moments where I was so deprived of physical touch that I hugged him, even though there were some like disadvantages attached to that, right? Even though it crossed my boundaries at a certain point, because I was desperate enough to need it, even though that's the case. And with that, we sort of train ourselves to settle for the love and support we can get, and to either not take it or take it. This is why, in a lot of relationships as well, people see if it fits without like working on it, and if it doesn't instantly fit, they leave. Because it feels like we haven't learned that you can actually like, or we haven't had the possibility, not only learned, like some parents are also just like, no, right? But we haven't had the possibility to actually adjust this love and support we get to a love and support we actually want and we actually need. But we only see what we can, like, what other people can offer. And to a certain extent, this is not entirely incorrect, because there's going to be ways how people like to give love and support, and this is going to be easier for them than other ways of liking and giving love and support, right? So, for example, look at The Millionaire. They maybe like do not mind at all and love to give love and support to their wife in terms of like in form of physical presence and like monetary value things, like material things, right? Because they have a lot of money, they don't have time. Like look at like, well, if you look at The Millionaire who's a workaholic, okay? But if you look at The Millionaire who's a workaholic, they have money, they don't have time. If they now have a wife which wants quality time as love and support, this is going to be way harder to give for them, right? Like, it's going to be way easier for them to give them material gifts. So this is why even something like, I don't know, these are gold digger women, right? So where people are like, how could you be something like this? Wanting material things as love and support, there's people who appreciate a woman like this. And of course, usually it's people who have more money, So this is why it's no fault to have a woman who wants like material things. It's just like, just don't date her if this is not the love and support you want to give her. But this is where so often it goes wrong, because we don't really, when we see women as like a status symbol or something like objectified, then we don't see her as the character. Part of her character is wanting love and support in monetary things and material things. If we would see her with that character, we wouldn't feel compelled to be like, oh, I want to date her, but like she's a gold digger. Ugh. But we would be like, okay, like this is not really my type of vibe, you know? We wouldn't even be mad that she doesn't want to date us, because this is not something we want to give anyway. Right? But because we see her as like, oh, this is like the woman, the beautiful woman, and I want to date her, and like, oh, how can she like be like a gold digger? Like, we see it separately. Like, we're offended that she has a character which doesn't align with her, with like us, when we like her appearance and want to buy in her appearance. It's like sort of like wanting to like buy a Barbie, but the backstory is like inconvenient to you, you know, and you're offended by the backstory. um, but this is not the case with humans, and we all know that. Like, we need to like a person by their character. But so we have these incompatible ways of like showing love and support, right? How then a relationship can go apart from each other, because these ways of how we want to receive love and support, and how the other person like can give love and support, might not be easily compatible, and might really push a person to the brink in terms of like time and like achieving the goals of their own life, right? But there's also a lot of ways where it is compatible. So for example, with like Zach, it wasn't easy. Like, it wasn't this way of like, oh, we started dating when we were 15 and we instantly matched together. No, completely not. It was entirely different. Like, honestly, we had such a toxic relationship, and only like 2 or 3 years ago now, we started couples therapy, and we already finished couples therapy, and now we're actually getting to know each other again. And now we're learning to support each other in ways where it's actually wanted, it's actually appreciated. Because that's the love and support that person wants. So now I know, actually, by treating Zach like my mom and sort of like taking the mental and physical load off of him, this is not the support he wants. He's actually low-key offended by that, because he thinks I think he's incompetent if I do that. You know? So, and like, he knows now that like, to me, emotional support is not only like telling me what I want to hear, but actually way more practical. Like, every thinking part of it, I did myself. You don't need to help with that. You're not even qualified to. Like, I'm gonna do that myself. Like, just help me with the things I can't do on my own, and with the things where maybe I need support doing them, but like physical support. So, yeah, and because that history and because how we learn this is so complicated, we can be very unsure of that. And it can be like with Zach, where he's asking me for guidance, for advice. And then later on, he's pissed about it, that I gave him advice. It can be so complicated, and it can be completely like against each other and not make sense. But the only way how we actually find out what we do like is by thinking about it and like spending some time with how it would be better. Was the "you're not qualified" part spoken aloud? I mean, of course, because it's like, it's nothing personal. It doesn't mean like he's stupid or anything. It's just like, if it's a problem evolving around me, I know my mental health best. And I know how I think best, right? And I'm an overthinker anyways. And I read like all of these books and he doesn't, right? So it's a thing of like, I have that figured out. And if I were to like talk to him about this, it's like, it would either be a question of like how you connect with your body, because I think in that part he's better. But it wouldn't be a question of like, uh, uh, how should I continue my exposure therapy? Like, that wouldn't be a question for him, you know? This doesn't, like, it's not gonna be a thing where he's gonna get me the answers I need. Did he take offense to that spoken aloud? I mean, in the beginning, sure, but now, not anymore. We cleared that up. But of course, like in the beginning, he wanted to like compete with me on this and was like, "Oh no, but like I want to, like be like good at all of these things and stuff." But it was coming from his insecurity, not from wanting to help me. So it's a thing where like you just need to figure it out with your partner. Like love is nothing. We have like a clear black and white textbooks definition of how it works and how it doesn't work. It's like you need to find a good deal with your partner, how they are happy, how you are happy. And it should be that you're happy to give and they are happy to receive, and that they are happy to give and you are happy to receive. Because otherwise, that's just doesn't really make sense. Thank you for the follow and welcome. How you doing? But yeah, funnily enough, this like the like insecurity also about like not knowing that is sort of like coming from like this more patriarchal thought of like men need to be more competent than women and stuff. So he's trying to unlearn that now because yeah. Hello, how you doing, porcupine? But yeah, so is in essence what I think would help you guys the most. Primo is ask her for her needs and expectations. Like, how can you fulfill her needs and her expectations? And then think about if that's something you want to do and which seems possible to you. And at the beginning, like for sure, it's gonna maybe feel weird because usually there's a certain communication pattern we already have going on. And then when we break out of that pattern, it can feel weird, you know? But just like try it and see if this is something how you both are happier. And when you notice again, she gets like frustrated at your help, or I don't know, like it's not working the way you wanted it to work, you know, like you're trying to support her, but instead of getting like more relaxed, she's getting more agitated. Um, just like ask her like, oh, like, what do you want me to do? And it can also be a thing that she actually doesn't want to like have the need to explain in that moment. So then it can be a thing that you talk about these things if it's not in that situation. And that you sort of make a backup plan together where you say like, okay, like you try those like proper plans, but like if you just notice it doesn't go well or it doesn't go as planned, um you just give like a quick question of like backup plan, and then she's like backup plan, and then you just like go on with the backup plan. And the backup plan could, for example, be like non-verbal acts of service or something, or just hugging the other person or something like this. So yeah. I get what you mean, Indiana Jones. Humans can be quite funny in that way. And yeah, then there's also, of course, the thing like maybe like you don't feel properly supported, and can also tell her better like how she can support you, or like how her support is like most appreciated. I would say though that like keep those conversations separate. Like don't make it like you can have it like after each other, you know, but keep it in a way where like it's not quid pro quo. You know, it's not like, okay, I give you this and then you have to give me this. And this is not how we support in love. Like, this is transactional and we don't do that. We support and love a person because we love them and we want to support them and we feel good actually supporting them. Because usually when we can help a person we love, we feel good about it because their state of mind is connected, or like their emotional state is connecting to our emotional state. Um, and so don't make it into like a transactional thing of like, oh, but you didn't do that either or something. Stay away from that. You can be like, hey, so I noticed. I think like I actually don't know how to emotionally support you in a way that is helpful to you. So I wanted to like learn about it and learn the language you know. Ooh, we got the follower goal. Let's go. 2.9k. Hell yeah. And welcome everybody. How are you doing? Oh my god, thank you guys for all the follows and all the support. Yeah, I lost my train of thought. Wait. But you can do it like after each other. Like when you're like, okay, like is this like good? Do you think I have everything? You know, and then like I wanted also to bring up maybe, you know, there's like if like how do you think like how's your picture as of now, how you emotionally support me? And then also like sort of like go over that if that's correct, if that's like on par. And you know, maybe there's ways how like I would go into detail because there can be ways a person assumes that this is the way how to emotionally support you. And at the end of the day, they find out this is actually not as appreciated from you as they thought. Like for the like there's like easier and harder things in terms of what we do as emotional support for others, right? And I think it's always nice to know if the things which are harder for us to do as emotional support for the other people are actually like appreciated enough to be worth the while, you know? Because sometimes it can also be that a person is like, oh, if this is like so hard for you, just do the other thing. Like honestly, just do the thing which is easy to you. Like you don't need to do this. Like I don't even need like this is anyways in any situation this is better. Like this actually, you know what? Only this one situation, and then you can like get the workloads like stabilize the workload as well. So this is also useful in like talking to each other about how to fulfill your needs. Yeah, just lurking and listening while I work right now. Nice vibes, yeah. Thank you. Yes, let's do that in Yanajon. There's actually one thing I want to say still, which is this concept of supporting and loving someone the way they want to be loved and supported is actually a concept which is lacking a lot of people. If you grasp this, it's you're able to a much more intimate connection to your partner than some other people. And it's also like any sort of relationship is going to be easier if you're able to talk about these things and then meet your partner where they want to be met. because I literally had recently a person in stream here which apparently tried to support me in stream, which I didn't see this as support. I saw this as, oh, they want attention from me as well. Even though I clarified this is not the time for this in this moment because I'm focusing on somebody else. And we can talk about this later, but not now. And then at some point, even though after I explained it 3 times, they quit the stream and sent me an ugly Discord message about how they're essentially expressing their extreme frustration with only wanting to support and help me. And I don't even appreciate that. And I'm so mean. They felt very rejected in this moment. And I can understand why. Like, if you're trying to support someone. Well, on the other hand, no, actually, I can. Because the thing is, support is not something you trade for attention. So if you're frustrated, like, usually one is frustrated because you try to support somebody and it doesn't work. But if it's like you're trying to support somebody and you're pissed off because there's no attention for supporting the other person, this is also like this transactional love in that moment. Like you're trying to trade supporting somebody for getting attention. This is not something you do for the other person, and you're very likely to then also completely dismiss the other person in this moment. And become a person who's just doing something which is like officially called support to then get attention while neglecting what actually supports the other person entirely. And this can make any form of connection really hard, even if it's just a stream connection and not even real life. This definitely sounds like Minecraft music, but what we're hearing right now is Positive Flow, and this is Instant Sooth Turtle Man. This one, it's Klangschale. It's one of those. I don't know how to say this in English. Let me try and find out. Singing bowl? Google says it's singing bowl. I don't think so. No, that's not the one. It's close to it though. But this is not the one. Maybe, is it not a Klangschale? Steel drum? I think steel drum could be correct. Yeah. It's a stainless steel handpan. Like it's one of those things. They're apparently really expensive. But yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Spiders in the wall. Sure. Um. All right. But with that, we're gonna do belly breathing now. I think we're wrapped up, right? Or do you have any questions still, Primo, about the topic? Because otherwise we would wrap up the stream now. All right. I can't wait to hear if the talk has given you like good information. So, but I'm glad, honestly, I'm really happy you were able to listen and ask for support on this, because I think it's really it's a really important skill to be able to support your partner well. Like, being in a relationship where your partner can't support you can feel incredibly isolating. And I hope you'll be able to meet her where she's at. Asmakara, welcome, welcome. We're actually wrapping up the stream right now, so we're doing belly breathing now. Belly breathing is a beautiful exercise for when you're stressed, when you're anxious, or when you're just, overthinking completely. It's an exercise which is supposed to put yourself back in your body and connect with your body again and relax and get calm. Welcome to the stream. I'm really sorry we're ending the stream right now. We're doing belly breathing and stretching, and then we're doing All Stars, where we share our favorite thing about the stream. But then the stream is gonna end. But we're gonna be back here on Thursday. So if you want to talk about anything, let's talk about it on Thursday. The way you do it is, so it's called belly breathing or diaphragmatic breathing. And the way you do it is you have one hand on your belly and one hand on your chest. And you're not trying to like do this while breathing, where you like lift your chest and fill your lungs up here. But you're trying to push away your hand on your belly while breathing, and then really breathe into your belly. The way you start is you breathe in through your nose, and then you just you can do the breaths how you like. Of course, like doing calm breathing works better for relaxation. You can also combine it with an exercise where you count for like how you're breathing, for how long you're breathing in, how long you're breathing out. I usually just breathe in slowly through the nose and then hold it for a second. Breathe out through my mouth, keeping my lips like pushed onto each other. So it's like there's a little bit of resistance. So breathing out is even slower. And breathe all the way out, and then just breathe in again. And if you want to use this to relax in the midst of like a panic attack or anxiety attack or something, then you try to count to 10 breaths And every time your mind wanders or you forgot the number, you just start all over again. And that way, when you come out at 10, you're hopefully relaxed. You can use this at the end to do sort of like a body scan if you didn't hear of what a body scan is so far. A body scan essentially starts from, well, you can start from both sides, but usually starts from your feet, and you just try to check in with every of your ligaments, every part of your body, and try to see how it feels. So, how your feet feel, your legs, your butt, maybe from sitting, it's hurting. I know mine is. Your back, your shoulders, your arms, and your hands, your neck, maybe, and your head, your eyes. Maybe your eyes feel strained because you looked too long on like a screen which isn't far enough away. Maybe you haven't blinked enough, because that's also usually what we do if we look at a screen. Maybe you haven't drank enough in our first day. Maybe you're hungry and haven't eaten enough. Maybe the air smells a bit stale and you need to air out your room in which you're sitting to get some fresh oxygen. Maybe you actually want to clear your head and go for a walk in nature. or connect with a friend. Just be there for them or reach out for them to talk to them. Just check in what you need. And then we come to stretching. We just stretch in whatever way feels most best in this moment. If you feel like your spine or back is maybe hurting, this stretch could be nice. Looks really simple. It is really simple. You sit at the front of your chair and then you just reach down to the floor with your hand. Not as much that it hurts or anything, but this is essentially like you keep your like entire rest of your body straight, and this is just giving some mobility back to your lower spine vertebrae. This exercise was recommended to me by my what's it called? Chiropractor. It's apparently very good for sitting at the PC too long. Oh, I went to the gym yesterday, I told you. Yeah, this is stretching. Actually, oddly enough, the back of my shoulder is stretching. Oh. Mm. Okay, I need to drink and eat after the stream. ASAP. I didn't get myself any water while I was streaming today. I already noticed my headache is like flaring up. I just forgot about it and then thought like, oh, but I can just get it later. But then I forgot again, so now I just didn't drink anything for the last 6 hours. So not very smart. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna drink like a whole fountain once I finish streaming. So, what is y'all's all-star? As a reminder, an all-star is essentially you're sharing your favorite moment of the stream or topic or something somebody else said, but just your favorite thing of the stream. I personally thought actually that the supporting your loved ones, like how to support your loved ones best, conversation was really, really interesting, and I thought it's a great topic, and I don't feel like we had it before here. So, oh my god. Wait. Yeah, John, what are you doing? Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much for the support, buddy. Oh my god. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm honestly, I feel so lucky having like such a supportive moderator like you. Like you're not only moderating, you're just like going full all in. Thank you so much. It's like crazy today, guys. As like streamer nowadays, you just get paid by your moderators. You don't even have to pay them, they pay you. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it so much. Thank you for the support, love. And I hope the people are gonna enjoy their emotes to the fullest. Yeah. It's like the feminism and also just like how to deal with negative news, right? Or what specifically? I love the concept of the stream. I'm glad. You're welcome to come back anytime. We would love to have you here. Feel much better now. My head's clearer at the moment. I'm just so sad that I ate spicy Korean noodles and I felt better. Funnily enough, that actually is an effect of spice. Like, do you, like, is this something you are aware of? Because this is literally like something like, you know, this is literally an effect of like eating something spicy. It's you get happy. It's like I think it depends on the type of spice, but especially like spicy noodles, for example, like Asian spicy noodles, have apparently this effect. I heard somewhere, allegedly. Yeah. That's odd. True. That's weird. I see on on Pande that you're followed, but I didn't get any notification from it. I also don't see it in my notification stack. That's odd. But I'm glad you're here. If you feel stressed or sad, eat something super spicy. Later on, you won't be thinking about it anymore. Yeah. You had to buy new glasses last week? It was 1,200 euros for glasses? Oh my god. Like, I already thought my glasses were expensive. They cost like 200. I was like, what the hell? If your food doesn't have spice, it's called English food, bruh. I got to go read up on after stream, but I like the idea of protest, but it's not something I've ever done. Oh, I can only recommend. It's oh my god. I think, like, personally, these, like, any sort of protest I was at so far was super peaceful. People were super nice and helpful. And, at the end, so, like, with the ones I was at, you were, like, always, it was, like, always combined with walking somehow. And then, like, you walked, and then there was, like, a stage at some point, and then there were people making, like having talks, essentially. and they always got like different people. There was also usually always like some type of live band who was like walking with, or like even multiple. On like sometimes there was like on the street you were walking past, there was like a live band set up and stuff. And it's honestly like it feels weirdly fun because it's like a really sad topic, but you feel how everybody is so motivated to not be alone with this and feels motivated with hope that something can change. And I think that's why everybody is actually so positive in these moments. Thank you so much, Leela. I mean, this stream is only so good because of its community. So we always profit from having like really nice people in our community and making this community a great community to be a part of. But thank you, thank you. Multifocal, so each glass is 400. Crazy. Maybe there's a setting on Panda. I don't know. Also, protest definitely aren't having bands, just loudspeakers and a dream. But I think that can be just as good. And you know, try it once. Like I also like you don't like see the live bands on the stage often, but there was at some point like at one of the protests, it was like a protest in Amsterdam, the Rode Line protest. Oops. And there were people with these big drums in front of them, like having them over their shoulder, and these big drums, and then just like going from like left to right, and like having everything like on their person, sort of carrying it while being able to play it, and then walking all of these kilometers. It was crazy. Like I don't know, they must have trained for this. Like, you can't tell me that a regular person just carries this big ass thing in front of them. And, like, this must have been heavy as fuck. I don't know. Alright, Ampane, see you next time. Yeah, it was essentially like a marching band taking part in a protest and like marching with the protest. It was really cool. And it's also like what's also really cool is with the protest. I can only recommend make a protest sign at home, like the day before or something. Like make a sign you can like carry with like to the protest, and like put on there like what you think is important or whatever, you know. There's so many really cool protest signs, and it's so I don't know, like sometimes just because you have this protest sign, like people like engage with you and tell you like, oh, good sign, or like nice, you know? And it can be such a conversation starter, especially if you go to a protest alone, if like you don't know anyone there. Like a good protest sign can be the conversation starter. And I can also like there's always going to be people, and you could be one of those, man, because those people are great. They have like a backpack where they put a sign on it essentially, saying like what they brought with, and some of them have like I don't know, like for example like lady essentials, or sometimes people just have like a few paracetamols with them for like people who get headaches, or like makeup pieces for if it's like about like a like, you know, if you can have like if it's like about a country where you can just have like one of those like flag makeup sticks. or people bring like food and like drinks and stuff and are just like, hey, anybody needs some water? I have water with me. And then just like put a sign on their backpack saying like what they brought with, and like just like ask if you need some, you know. It's like really, really nice and supportive. Yeah. It's like, you know, it's once, like, I can only recommend going to a protest also to combat this feeling of hopelessness. Like, if you ever feel hopeless because there's so many negative news and you just feel like nothing is gonna change, like, all people suck, go to a protest of your choice. You're not alone. We're not the only reasonable people out there. They want to make you believe that. But it's not the case. It's not the case. So, if you ever struggle with that and you're losing hope, go to a protest. See all of the people there, see all of those signs, listen to the speeches, and you can always, like, there's going to be more people at that protest handing you out papers they printed beforehand of like what you can do or what you can support, or following protests and whatever and getting the word out about them. There's going to be people handing out papers for like community events and stuff you can attend and help with, or some other actions they want to plan and do. There's going to be like people from the organization who organized the protest. You can ask them if they like how you can support them and if you can support them and what the best way is. And they usually have some type of community center where they like meet up and plan everything, and they always look for help. Always. Yeah, the thing is though, like, we don't have to change the politicians, right? But if we organize in these bigger movements, and if we get enough people in a movement like this, the tides are going to change, because no rich person can make money without workers. Not as much as they want. And also, politicians don't have a country they can run if there's no people in it. You know? Like, they depend on the people they lead. And they will follow the most prominent opinion. And of course, they will do everything to keep movements small, to keep the discussion very gray and very, oh, but you can't be sure and you can't know what's right. Of course. They don't want us to be on the same page, because otherwise they couldn't deny us what we're asking for. Like, there's literally like there's some I forgot about like what it was again, but there's a literal number of like, if this and that many people um, join a movement, it has never failed in history. Never. And it's not that many. Like, it's not 90% of people. Mm-mm. It's way, way less. Now, I think like going to a protest is a part of of applying pressure, you know? It's a part of informing the public, because if you see a protest, you're like, oh, what are they protesting against? Like, let me look that up. And at these protests, there's so many people who are actually devoting their life for this change, and you just need to support those. And then you're supporting so much already. But even if you don't support those, even if you just go to the protest, it's just being there in numbers is applying pressure. And it's always a situation of like, as long as you can protest, use it. Because we always feel like we have time. We always feel like, oh, it's not us. It's them. It's only about them. Like, only they are targeted. It's not us. If you give the wrong people more and more and more and more power, they're gonna always look for more. It's easier to stop them and to draw a line and show them they can't cross that when it's not you. When you still have the law and justice on your side to actually go protest. If it's still available to you that you can protest and not be shot. It's like, at the moment, it's easy for us still to put our name in the name of change. If we only want to do something once it's really bad, the price which it's gonna take is gonna be higher. It's the same like with mental health. Like, literally how you're mentally stable is that you act proactively. That you notice the signs early and instantly counteract. You notice you have been a bit more exhausting, you instantly plan a few more days of rest. You notice you didn't feel good about whatever XYZ did. You think about what type of boundary was maybe crossed and talk about it. If it's small, it can be easily fixed. If you wait until we have a full-blown depression, until you get help, it can take way, way longer to get help and to actually get out of it. Yeah. Exactly. It's like with the protests here as well. Like, they said like, oh, it was like just so many people. And then like drone footage came out and it was like the entire streets were filled. It was so many people. Yeah. So I can only recommend, try a protest. Or some like local community which is working on change. Like, sometimes like there's projects you can support by like just working for free for them, which are working on information campaigns. This is also really good. Or maybe you know someone who can, like, maybe you know some teacher from a school and you can convince him to, like, come in for a session where he doesn't have anything planned and then, like, show your information campaign to the students there, you know? Maybe that teacher can actually talk to the higher up and be like, hey, this buddy of mine has this information campaign, looks really good, you know. It's always easier to get into places if you know people from there. So literally just offering your contacts and your voice to change is already a big deal. Like, let's put this to the extreme. Essentially, you guys being here in this stream, taking part in it so that your viewer number is showing, is essentially giving me more visibility and a better shot to do the mission here we're having and to help people, right? Like every sub, every donation helps, of course. And like Indiana John, for example, like he bought the mental health merch from my website. And he literally is carrying the importance of protest to his hip hop classes. And the importance of social connection. So it's like, it doesn't need to be so hard, but protest can be a great source of information and a great source of community to just not feel alone with it. And so, for example, like what you can what they did on the protest uh, for women like claiming the night in the Netherlands again to like essentially advocate for like women's safety alone at night. And to take like sexual violence serious. Um, they have they sometimes have like information essentially of how you can speak up, right? Not only even like it doesn't even need to be the actual like protest organization who have these talks and the stage and everything. It can literally be on the sign of somebody you see walking who just puts out information and is like, just say something, or just say, no, not like this, or, you know, whatever. Like, you can find help there and resources. You can find out how to do the first step there. And to get all people, like, or enough people on like one side, we just need to talk to each other. Like, we need communication, and our biggest problem in society right now is disconnection. Like, we literally don't see the same social media. We don't see the same news. Like, not even the same news, because there's so many different news channels and one person looks there, one other looks there. We're not living in the same world. We need to talk to each other to know what's going on. Like, a person can live in completely red-pilled knowledge. Somebody needs to talk to them. And it doesn't need to be this whole, like solving everything in this one conversation. You don't need to. That's not the expectation on you. You just need to say you don't agree and you've seen different. Oh. So I don't know, if you don't want to be alone with this and you want to find allyship in the cause you're looking for and you're losing hope, go to a local organization, go to a protest or something like this. There's so many people who believe the same. And honestly, you can also find them in real life. And we just sometimes just need to say something. Just something. It doesn't even need to be good. Sometimes we can just, I don't know, look disgusted and walk away. Like, it's, everybody starts somewhere. You don't need to have it like perfectly figured out at the beginning. Hi, Miss Forever. I do have to disappoint you that we're trying to go offline right now. We all, oh my god, we already went over an hour extra. Whoops. Okay, we're gonna go offline. Jenny's online again. Perfect. We're just gonna go to Jenny. Let's do it. Let's do it. Don't worry. Don't worry, love. Just come back next time. We're back there on Thursday at 12. Yeah. 12 CET. Well, now it's CST. I don't know. Is this actually like still correct? The like time change also. Anyways. But we're gonna raid Jenny. And everybody join the Discord. If you want to rewatch, you're watching Jenny right now? Perfect. Amazing. If you want to rewatch the VOD of today, rewatch it on YouTube. Keep the number in mind. And what the hell? I'm literally going offline. What are you doing? Oh my god, thank you so much for 10 gift subs. I don't even have the time to react, excuse me? Well, and then you can check out my shop. Also, like, if anybody is looking for mental health merch or pride merch or anything, check out my shop. The pride and mental health merch are on an all-time low. Right now I made them as cheap as possible, and yeah, then I also have like a stream merch there, new stream merch. Also this mousepad, by the way, if anybody needs a mousepad. Yeah. So thank you all for being here. The stream is only so great because of you. Thank you all for the gifted subs. And this is insane. Thank you so much, an anonymous gifter, for the support here. And thank you, Indiana John, also for your 5 gifted subs beforehand. You all know this is only possible because of you all. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And have a great time in Jenny's. Be nice. No, you represent the stream here.